fucking with me in these streets. Sing, children.
Millions out there rap shit, they hate them bitch, but they stole the phone. Back in after back in, come fuck em, I stole the show. To run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out of parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell toes. Slap it, rap beaches and make it bail, ho. Two-tone party, yeah, man, with nails, ho. No competition, these bitches stale. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell toes. Slap it, rap beaches and make it bail, ho. Two-tone party, yeah, man, with nails, ho. No competition, these bitches stale, ho. Got millions out there rap shit, they hate a bitch, but they stole the flow. Back in after back in, come fuck em, I stole the show. To run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out of parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell toes. Slap it, rap beaches and make it bail, ho. Two-tone party, yeah, man, with nails, ho. No competition, these bitches stale. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell toes. Slap it, rap beaches and make it bail, ho. Two-tone party, yeah, man, with nails, ho. No competition, these bitches, you ain't do like, you know.
Doctor?
I'm L-R-E-E, fuck nigga free. That mean I ain't gotta worry about no fuck nigga chick. And I'm S-I-N-G-L-E again. House I hanging out the window with my ratchet ass friends. I'm L-R-E-E, fuck nigga free. That mean I ain't gotta worry about no fuck nigga chick. And I'm S-I-N-G-L-E again. House I hanging out the window with my ratchet ass friends. G to the L to the O, big girl. You can catch me at a trap, slime with your hoes. I ain't pumping out at party, gotta book me for a show. They say I be living fast, nah, put the boy slow. I be hopping out at red lights, twerking on them headlights. She say she can't come outside today, that means she's scared, right? She put up in the winter, in the summer, pop out at night, bragging on that nigga. top, you better hold his head tight. F-R-E-E, fuck nigga free. That mean I ain't gotta worry about no fuck nigga chick. And I'm S-I-N-G-L-E again. Y'all been hanging out the window with my ratchet ass friends. I'm F-R.
What's up, Doc?
Was good. I was just about to play the Sharon ski, but I think I took it out the oh, there we go.
Ski.
My bad, Sharon. Got it. I had to do it.
Well, what's good, Doctor? How's your week?
My week been weakened. You know what I'm saying? The week has been weakened. Well, it's only Wednesday. I feel like it was just the weekend, you know what I'm saying, and we were streaming. I feel like the weekend is longer than the weeks, you know. How was your week?
It's been going good so far. Started a new job or whatever, so just been kind of soaking up that new game.
Soaking up that new game. Oh shit! I think I muted my sound effects. I just about it. That's what I'm saying. Go to the new job. Big up to the job. I know what we gotta big up people in the building. You know what I'm saying? We gotta shout out and large up to the people in the house. We got D, the degenerate, full of degeneracy in the building. Texas is in the building. We got Taylor Gang in the motherfucking house. I ain't sure Taylor want us to say where he from, but shouts out to you, Taylor. And we got the host, well, my co-host. Let me say my co-host, because it might have other hosts, you know what I'm saying? This is a ladies' night, you know what I'm saying? We got the LA Project in the motherfucking building. She's going to be teaching us tonight. I got my notebook, you know what I'm saying, and my etc., etc. I'm here to learn, you know what I'm saying? We got my girl, Tiff for Tat, in the motherfucking building. You know what I'm saying? On that gangster shit. We got Smitty in the house. Big up yourself, Smitty. We got the most hated, most underrated, most faded in the building. Bronze, don't you got like a social media or some shit? We've been trying to hit you up. Oh, we got Nick. Nick, you gotta hit the link. You gotta hit the link, Nick. You know what I'm saying? We got Nick is the motherfucking night. True OG in these YouTube streets, right? And Tiff is congratulating the money. Congratulations to the money. You already know. So tonight we talking about, you want to get right into it? Is this background kind of distracting? It's kind of flashy, you know?
It's not distracting me.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So, a lot of people seem to be having problems with staying together. Getting together seems to be the easy part, right? And usually what comes from that is a child. You know what I mean? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you can be in a relationship and things don't work out, and you can just leave with yourself, leave with what you came with. But children seem to be the result of the getting together, but the staying together is kind of hard, right? So if we got a group of single mothers, right?
Why does this seem so rehearsed? I didn't rehearse my bars.
No, man, I'm on the phones all day talking to people, so it's starting to become, maybe it just sounds like that. No, but if if more women, I guess, are finding themselves in a single mother situation, right? What should she do? Should she even prioritize a relationship? Should she focus on her children? What do you think is the best thing for her?
Me personally, if I had like a sister, but I do got sisters. If one of my sister was, and one of my sister is, you know what I'm saying? One of my sister is a single mother. You know what I mean? I want to throw her out there, but I would advise her to it depends on how her life is set up, right?
Mhm.
Like I would personally advise my sister to prioritize raising her kids and the safety of her kids. And I mean she's human, she gonna want human interaction. So I still think she should date, right? But I think she should prioritize her kids, and she should date with a filter of somebody who got kids. You know what I'm saying? So the type of person that you date should be a person who's okay with you and your kids.
Mhm.
If you want that situation, because I think you could date a single mother without being a stepfather. I think you could do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think you could date a single mother without being a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. You know what I mean? I
Like
think it's possible.
like just dating the mom and just like with the kids at the sitters or at grandma's house all the time when you don't want any interaction, or what do you
No,
mean
I
by
would. I think
date
you could.
without?
I think you could date without being. I think is both. You could date and be a single. You could date and be a stepdad, or you could date without being a stepdad. To me, when I think of stepdad, I think of like somebody who's expecting the kids to call them dad type shit. You know what I'm saying? Or
Mhm.
expecting the kids to see you as their dad. It's not like, to me, that is where a lot of dudes get disappointed or get let down at. You know what I'm saying? When they try to expect that shit. But if you just dating the woman and you're not expecting, because the kids, they ain't, they, you know what I'm saying? You can't force your kids to see somebody as their dad. That's on them if they want to do that shit or not. But
Mhm.
expecting that shit is kind of setting yourself up for failure. Not to say it can't happen, because I know several people who got their stepdad, put a stepdad on a high pedestal, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think it should be something that as a man going in you should expect. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't. I don't think you should expect that shit or be looking for that shit. If that is the reason, I don't think you should. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I mean, I've been in a relationship with someone who had a child, and just for me, it was just like, dude, just let me know if you need me. Like I'm just an extra, I'm an extra person. You know what I'm saying? I'm an extra an adult that's a part of your little support team. If you want me to show up for your games, you know what I'm saying? That's more of like what it is. I'm not, me personally, I wasn't looking for like um that type of acknowledgement. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? But I don't know. I mean, I just like kids. So it's like they're not really a problem. Well, I haven't met a child that was a problem, but I know that there are problem
Oh,
children.
I know kids that was problems, but
Bad as hell, huh?
like I'm kind of good with kids, older people, even special needs people. You know what I'm saying? If I expect them to move like I'm moved, then I'll be bad with them. I'll be snappy, like why you do like, because I'm thinking they should know better. But if I think of them as in a different on a different level of thinking than me, not higher or lower, because some older people might know more, they might not know more, whatever. But when I expect me out of them, that is when it go left. That is when you get frustrated with shit that they do and shit like that. Because it's like with my dog, I can't think that he thinking like me. So if I get frustrated with him, I need to snap out of it and be like, you know what? We not seeing the world the same. So I'm mad at him for what he did or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Something that you had mentioned, just going back to the whole, like I said, stepdad thing. A lot of guys, it seems, are being discouraged from even pursuing a woman, because she has kids, because like I've heard being a stepdad is a bad deal.
Mm.
Um, as if there are no benefits to someone who has that type of experience of like taking care of somebody else,
Mm.
I think there's a lot of good things that could come from it, and it's not such a bad deal as it's being painted to be. Now I know people have their preferences, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people would rather be in a relationship with someone that they can have their own kids with, and
Right.
I get that. But again, it just, like I said, it just makes me wonder, like, so what
I
should this
personally
mom
don't think.
do?
I
Just
personally
for your
don't think
kids?
that I personally don't think that single mom should stay single. You know what I'm saying? I think there's guys out there that a lot of them might be better off dating somebody with kids. You know what I'm saying? because there's dudes that don't want kids. There's some dudes that they
Can't have
probably know
kids.
how to raise a kid, you know what I'm saying? And they can't have kids, you know what I'm saying? And some don't know how to raise a kid. So I don't think single moms should stay single. And I don't believe in the thing that what people say that single mom are for recreational use, because there's women that don't got no kids and they literally want to be for recreational use. So I don't, you know what I mean? I think if you want to be for recreational use, you could be for recreational use. If you don't, then you move different. Shout out to Reese in the chat. We see you too low key in the building. Shout out to Quest in the house. And my bro Big Gears composition in the building. Salute to y'all. Yeah, but I don't think but I would say as a single mother, I don't think you should have the same, like if I'm advising my sister, I wouldn't advise her to have the same expectation as my sister who don't got kids. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't think they should have the same expectation. One should date through the lens or the filter of I have kids, and one should date through the filter of I don't have kids. You know what I mean? I don't think they should look for the same thing when they dating. They should have the same expectation, same priority, none of that shit.
It's interesting. So what do you, I mean, besides, okay, because people can think about, and they rather go to all the cons, right? Wait, stop laughing at me.
My bad. Go ahead.
They think about the cons, right? They think about how inconvenient the kid is. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. Like, hey, parent, if you a parent, you know that shit can get inconvenient. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know, it's fucked up. I know people with kids, and this is crazy. I know no dudes with kids mostly, and even I heard women with kids say that they ain't dated no nigga with kids, and I heard niggas said they ain't dated no women with kids. So imagine how the people without kids feel. I'm just saying, people with kids saying it. How you gonna blame the people without kids that's saying it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that would be a little hypocritical for me to be like, I don't want to, to date somebody who doesn't who doesn't have kids. You know what I'm saying? As a requirement, like, nah, like I said, but because I'm already dealing with it, and if I expect him to deal with it, then I should be able to deal with whatever he got going on. You know what I'm saying?
And you should deal with somebody who's good with kids, but somebody who don't got kids, they could afford to deal with somebody who's not good with kids, and they could both learn later on type shit. You know what I mean? But somebody who got kids shouldn't date a dude who's irresponsible, a dude who you shouldn't like. I wouldn't advise no shit like that. What a bomb. Shout out to Auntie Bomb in the building.
So what do you think are some of the pros of dating a single mother?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the pros.
Just give me one.
I think the cons outweigh the pros. I just want to say that.
Damn.
The possible cons outweigh the possible pros, because the pros and excluding, because if I say the pros, I can't add in the pros that will be there for a woman without kids. It got to be exclusive pros, right?
Okay.
Exclusive pros would be like, all right, she's supposed to be somewhat responsible. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In most cases, it's somebody that's looking to settle. You know what I'm saying? For guys who trying to settle, like dating a single mom, she gonna most likely, because she got kids, she already settled. So you know what I'm saying? So, it's like, let me, I think I had a couple of them saved, right? Let me just check real quick. But I would say the cons outweigh the pros, right? All right. I even looked it up on Chat GPT. It says instant dad starter pack. And that's kind of messed up because I don't think most guys would see that as a pro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't see that as a pro. The only pro I would say is like somebody who's responsible, somebody who's already willing to settle down. All the other pros is pros that you could still get if somebody don't have kids. Because I would say a lot of women who don't got kids, sometimes a lot of them are a a lot of them they move like they don't got kids. They live in, you know what I'm saying, they're not as stable and settled and fixed type shit. But a woman with kids, a lot of cases is more fixed and got some sort of stability, you know what I mean? So I won't say there is too much different pros than you would get from a regular woman without kids, you know what I mean?
You said the instant dad. You said that was used as a pro.
That was a pro in Chat GPT, but I don't think most guys see that as a pro.
Well, I feel like, and I could be wrong, but the earlier stages, the infant stages, and when the child can't talk to you, you can't tell it really what to do, and it just can't take orders or anything like that. You got to do the potty training stuff. That's a lot that goes on with it. So sometimes if people want to skip that and become the instant dad, maybe
So
that's what they're talking about.
skipping that is a pro. I don't know if that is a pro.
Maybe
Because
maybe
as a
that's what
dad,
they mean, though.
I don't think that is a pro because as a dad, like if my woman is with child and the child is at this small infant stage, I'm gonna most focus on grinding and making sure the woman and the kid is safe. So I might hold the baby sometimes during the day, but I holding the baby as much as my woman because I'm on the grind and shit. And I don't mean like not holding the baby on some extreme shit. I just using it as an example. I'm not gonna be as present as she is, but I'll be present, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna be like every day rearing the child type shit like all day, because a baby is like a all day job type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You don't
that's what I'm
even
saying.
get breaks. You steal a nap, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, well, like I said, if we're talking about a single mom, right? So you're in a relationship with a woman that has a child that's not yours. Would you rather deal with the infant, or let's say at least 5 years old?
I would prefer an infant if I had to be a stepdad. I would prefer an infant, you know what I'm saying? But ideally I would prefer a woman with no kids, then after then somebody with adult kids, then after then the baby, because now they gonna grow up seeing me in their life type shit. So that is like kind of different, you know what I mean? You know?
Okay, so maybe you have a better chance of bonding or connecting with the younger child
Yeah. But like I
instead of
said
having
though,
to.
I won't go in it, but like I said though, I won't go into it expecting the kid to call me dad,
Right.
because that's like I gaslighting myself and I'm gaslighting the kid, or I'm helping them to gaslight themselves. I wouldn't want them to think that I'm their dad. You know what I mean? That's like, I think that is when it start getting a little weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Because I've definitely wondered about that too. I have some friends that were either, adopted, and later on starting to find siblings and even connecting with their parents and stuff like that. Some people really want to find those people, and some people don't really seem to care. But I always wondered, like, yeah, how do people handle that situation? Like, let's say the father is deceased or something, or no. What if he's in jail for something really bad, and she has a baby? She meets you. You decide to be with her. Okay, the guy's never getting out. Don't worry about
Mm.
it. Okay. Do you think that you would ever, not saying that like you would lie to him and say that you're his biological dad, but if you actually raised him and the mom
Don't
would
get me
rather
wrong.
not even talk about who the real dad is, how would you feel about that?
To me, that is too much accommodations. Not having to talk about the dad, and that's too much. That's close to like if a woman is faking moaning when you know what I'm saying, when you in the bed and shit, because it's like that's gaslighting. Why don't you talk about the dad? Because you're trying to make me feel better and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
No,
I think if the dad is not there, if he's passed away, if he's in the upper room, then I would take on more of a father figure role. But other than that, I would just take up a normal. Because me personally, I do think as a guy, when you reach a certain age, you take on a father figure role. You take on a wait, oh, damn. Hit the link again. Hit the link again, young lady. You dropped. Hit the link again, young lady. But I think as a guy of a certain age, we should be father figures to kids in general. In general, everybody. I'm the father. Everybody in the neighborhood gonna look up to me a certain way because I'm not gonna burn my trees around the kids. I'm gonna tell, hey, get in, whatever. I'm just gonna move like that. So if I'm dating somebody with kids, just by being around, be a father figure. But actually trying to be their dad type shit. I think that's a setup. You know what I'm saying? The kid ain't got no saying in there. You giving them a dad, and it's like, damn, dude, what if they just want to fuck with their real dad? You know what I'm saying? Then when they get older, they tell you how they really feel. So I wouldn't try to. I don't think you should gaslight yourself like that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I think that, I don't know. I'll be hearing people saying that like that one thing that basically a woman should do for their child is provide some type of father. But sometimes with the biological, it's just not possible. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm.
for whatever reason, and a lot of people want to leave out the extremes, but they do happen, where it's just like, okay, I don't even feel safe with you no more. So it's like impossible to try to reunite. But let's get into this clip real quick and see
And
what some pros
so
of
the
this day.
Adrian from the Trill. He said, "Nah, that nigga gonna escape like they did it in NO." He talking about them niggas in New Orleans. That shit is funny. Let me see. A couple of people said some shit. Tiff said, answer to the question. Of course, single mothers bring yeah, I think anybody could bring value to the relationship, but we're talking about exclusive value that a single mother could bring that a woman without kids cannot bring, right? And it's not so much difference because the only thing different is the kids. So there's not gonna be a lot of differences, right? Let's play this video that Lauren recommended to us. And let me know whenever you want me to pause it. There we go. And let's actually put us on. There we go. There we go.
Rick, we hear online is that single mothers are less valuable on the dating market. Do you feel like that is fair?
Fair is the wrong word, but I think there's truth to it.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is there is a level of disqualification that's going to happen because a man that is high earning, high value has a lot of options. Now, does that make that woman a bad woman? No. Does it?
I just want to stop it, right? Are they only talking about high value? Because the thing about it, they always talk about high value men, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, is it we got to take this with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah.
Do single mothers only want high value men?
We want quality men. I think most women want a quality.
High quality or mid? High quality, mid quality, low quality.
High quality meaning I think more of integrity, consistency, and just being that presence. You know what I'm saying? Being that rock. I think a lot of other things in terms of money can be figured out. There's a lot of people who are now really coupling up and doing this thing as like together, a husband and wife. Like my bosses are husband and wife. And the wife trains, she does, the little Zoom stuff. And then her husband does the hands-on stuff and they do just fine. You know what I'm saying? So I think that quality is better. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, let's just keep it real. Once you go through your grind, right? And there's nobody there. You do it by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody there to support you or nobody to talk to about your long day or damn, you know what I'm saying? This didn't go right or damn, I just got whatever, ups or downs that life brings you, right? You go through this by yourself and then you end up becoming successful. A lot of people, I think, when they find someone, that they want to be with and they're successful and the person didn't see the journey, they're always skeptical that that person is out for their money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Building together, you know, if you can, I think is the best option. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, there's more appreciation. You know, the blood, sweat, and tears that went into it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that there's I don't know. I think that there's value, man. I think that there is, but I get it, you know, people's preferences. But the beginning was kind of weird, you know, Ace, because do single mothers bring value? Don't people kind of get made fun of, even like some of the people in the chat, because they don't have kids? Like that's the thing that women are supposed to be doing, but then if it's under, I guess, the wrong circumstances, then she loses her value.
I think some men might judge women for not having kids, might judge women negatively for not having kids, and some might judge them positively for not having kids. It depends on the age too. A lot of times, if a woman is like 40 and up, niggas might be like, why you ain't got no kids and shit like that. But it depends.
But what if the response is she doesn't want to be a single mom?
That's a smart response, you know what I mean? You know?
Hey, Barb.
I don't judge people based on that shit, on having kids, because I know a lot of people with kids, without kids. Mm-hmm. I don't think it'd be that deep though. But I do think people with kids should date each other because they both understand what it takes to be a parent. But there's some outliers that would benefit from dating somebody with kids already. You know what I'm saying? Experience, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes a nigga might be broke. You know what I'm saying? And without a paddle. You know what I'm saying? Nigga might be broke, destitute, without a paddle. And he might run into a single mother that got her shit together. But the only thing she looking for is the qualities that he got right now. Aside from him not having whatever, and mm-hmm. he might be, you know what I'm saying, he might benefit from that relationship because you know, I think, but generally, I think people with kids should date each other though. Generally, you know what I'm saying, in general.
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Value has a lot of options. Now, does that make that woman a bad woman? No. Does it make her unworthy of love? No. Does it mean that it's never going to happen for her? No. But odds are most high value, high earning men want what they want. And sometimes the extra baggage of children, not to say that children are baggage, but you know what I'm saying.
Okay, pause.
That's not going to be the choice. And also, I think.
All right. So you kind of just, you know, you asked me, you know, especially because they threw in the high value thing. What type of woman are men looking for? You know, if the assumption is women want high value, high earning men, then what are men? What are single men, especially with no kids? What are they looking for in women?
A woman that is not a hoe. Number one, high on the priority list. She can't be a hoe. You know what I'm saying? And two, she gotta be
define a hoe.
She gotta be cooperative. What you mean define a hoe?
Well, we got, because people's definition.
Well, you know what? Let me not say that. She can't belong to the streets. She could be my hoe, but she can't belong to the streets. You know what I'm saying? If she belonged to the streets, that is a negative. You know what I'm saying? So rule number one, don't belong to the streets. Rule number two, you gotta be a woman that's cooperative, right?
Love that word.
No, I think cooperation is a word that brings us together. You know what I'm saying? It's just chill. Cooperative, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think a woman that's cooperative and that could get on your program with you, you know what I'm saying, or align with you, align with the direction that you're going in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There we have a distinguished gentleman, Adrian from the Trill State. He said peaceful. He want a peaceful woman. You know what I'm saying? These are the words you're gonna hear
This is not a
from single.
peaceful world, though. Like,
Wait a minute,
women,
bro. This did not just happen. The young man, wait a minute. The young man said he wanted peace, and you the man said he wanted a peaceful woman, and your first response is, "This is not a peaceful world."
hey,
It's a wrap.
you know what? I was just thinking about, like, if I ran down my schedule of what I did today, and then I'd be coming home and, like, what if my cup is empty? I'm out of peace right now. Like, but now you're depending on me to be your constant peace. Like, can we not find peace on our own? Or
I heard him say peaceful, so he mean a woman that's full of peace. I could be mistaken. I think he mean a woman that's full of peace.
that's why I said
Peace
after
within,
going through the day, your cup might be a little empty. So you're not full of peace anymore. So then what's she supposed to do? Can the man be her peace? Can he be peaceful as well?
I mean, it depends. If one party has to go out and face the world, right? They're gonna have less peace than the one who's at home, not being affected by the world. So when that man come to his safe space, his safe haven, he want peace. You know what I'm saying? I don't think peace is nothing. Peace ain't even nothing that, you know, it's so unfair. You can't even put peace on a scale and weigh that shit. And still this man can't get no peace. This is crazy. And you know what? It's kind of messed up, but they about to double team me because you know what's going on. There's somebody in the back, and I'll let them up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Let me get my sage. Let me put my sage together because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let me let Chocolate to the stage.
Hey.
I don't want no problem. I don't want no problem.
She banging already.
Always a problem. What's up?
What's up, Chocolate?
How you doing, beautiful?
Girl, you back at you, sis. Back at you.
You good?
I had a bomb ass nap, and so now I'm ready to cause some problems. So what's up? Yeah, let's go. I'm good. I'm awake.
Chocolate, you got any kids? You got any kids, Chocolate?
No, but I raised my mother, my brother, and my sister. I wanted to have kids at one point, but I became a parent like at about 12, 13.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I was a husband and a provider, and I'm taking kids to school. I'm at the
You
PTA.
was a husband?
Yeah.
How was you a husband?
It was a joke. That's what
okay.
it is. It's a
Happy Father's Day.
Right. Yeah, happy Father's Day. Yeah, mine's dead. Yeah, good luck. Anyway, no, I'm just playing. I know that there are wonderful dads out there. Shout out to you. But I think for me, like I said, it did give me the outlook of having another human being having to depend on me. If I didn't go to work, we don't eat. If I don't pay this rent, we're gonna be outside. You know what I mean? And there's no manual on that. And no one ever said to me, "Oh, you're doing a man's role." My father was still alive when this started. I started paying. I was 13 years old, going downtown paying bills because my father, my mom gave him the money to go pay the bill. He spent it.
Okay.
And so those type of experiences of, because what I ended up learning from that was that people, if you are in a vulnerable position, people will still kick you down. That's the thing. So yeah, now you good. So I wanted to come up and support, throw my 5 cents in, but yeah, definitely. Shout
there's
out.
the ladies show, you know what I'm saying? I'm here to learn today.
I ain't no damn lady, so I probably should go in the back.
Well, you know what is the women's show actually? I'm just messing
with you. I'm just messing with you.
I didn't know you wasn't a lady, you know what I mean? Hey. I just assumed. My bad for missing.
Oh,
My bad
thank
for
you.
using
Thank
your
you.
wrong pronouns. You know what I'm saying?
Right, you're not using them right.
My bad.
No, but I understand where you're coming from, Chocolate. Because I mean, I had aunts, like older aunts and uncles and stuff like that, that were responsible for the younger siblings and could not wait to join the military or move away as soon as they could. I have, let me see, I think I have two aunts that actually don't have any children at all, like none, and they like their life that way. One of them actually adopted a child though later on, so she never had her own. But when she got a little bit older, I guess she slowed down a little bit, and kind of wanted to raise a child. So I totally understand. Sometimes it's just too much, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, okay, like you wanted to be that child for a little, not a child, but you know what I'm saying? You just want to look out for yourself for a little while. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because nobody asked you. Nobody
I
asked you.
ask
They
Chocolate.
go ahead.
Has anybody made you feel less or devalued you because you did? Oh, my fault. Let me let a bomb cherry. Has anybody made you feel less valuable because you didn't have kids?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. And it came from men and women both. It even had that my mother and I had that moment. But I had told her, I was like 19 years old. I was like, look, I don't think that's for me. And then my friends was telling me, oh, you're gonna be the first pregnant, you're gonna have no, I knew it. I knew I wasn't gonna have any kids. And on the other end of that too, I am thankful because I did not come across a man that I felt was worthy enough to have kids with. That also was a part of that equation.
So you never met a guy ever?
How many guys you want me to meet? Y'all make that real funny to me. Like,
I'm pretty sure a lot of guys approach you.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing though. Like, approaching is that I'm not a woman that needs that. Like, that's okay. Like, I'd like to just, if I had found my high school sweetheart, I'd have been probably married right out of high school. I was that type of person. However, when you become a caretaker, and then that is also, it can be a curse. Because what I found was that people would see how I was taking care of my family and assume, oh, okay, you gonna take care of me like that too? Oh, bad. And I'm like, hey, no, like that's not why, But yeah, I mean, I went through that. I think some women who don't have children now went through that. I know I really wanted kids around the age of like 25, 26. And then life got to life and I look up and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I meet a single father and start to date him. And I've dated a few single fathers. So like that don't bother me at all. It's still to me like raising a child in this country, raising a child in this world. I like right now, no. I don't even feel safe.
I feel you in that shit. It's like right now the world is different from when I was a kid.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes you think twice. Hey, Bomb, what you making?
What's up, Mom?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, how y'all doing? Oh, I'm getting ready to make my grandson some slippers.
Okay.
I'm about to make slippers for him. And this is a great conversation that you ladies and gentlemen are having. It's just that I think, everybody has a right to like speak on y'all point of view, but it seems like a lot of you aren't speaking on your point of view. You're speaking on other people's point of view, right? And LA said a lot of things, right, that I agree with, but it's from a different perspective because she mentioned the word adoption, right? So we talking about when we hear that men don't want to, he want to have his own family, he want to do this and do that, and yet there's a lot of men and women who adopt children who aren't their children, right? So there's a lot of people who are willing to take in children that aren't theirs,
Yeah.
And so I think I think a lot of people just look at it from a perspective that some of these men put out there. A lot of men don't just want a woman who's not for the streets. I heard you say that. These men.
No, that was one of the criteria. That's one of my criteria is personal.
Oh, your criteria, yeah, but more men are not. They don't believe in that, right? You hear when men cheat with other men's wives and girlfriends and shit like that, right? These men do not give a shit. They never gave a shit if I was married.
Auntie Bomb is a difference between. Would you admit that a man want to have sex is different from his want to settle down? You know what I'm saying?
No.
The same women that we attracted to sexually is not always the same woman we attracted to settle down with. You know what I mean?
No, but that's not true though, right?
Wait,
I'm about to explain, because that's why divorce happened, right? Because somewhere in y'all subconscious through religion, y'all are told that, oh, the good girl is the one I'm gonna marry, but the one you really want to have fun with is not that good girl. So right. You end up marrying this good girl, cheating on her, doing all kinds of shit to her because you having fun over here with this woman. So you end up divorced with the good girl, only to end up with the woman you really want to be with. And society has put that in you men's minds. But if y'all end up marrying the ones that y'all really you see her from across the street, look at her. She got that attitude. Ooh, she got that big butt. Ooh, look, all these men looking at her. You like her too. You were able to get her. Now you think you would have conquered something. And they end up together for a long time if they get together.
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying, because I
agree with that.
Man, I was so mad when they took the feature off on Instagram, and what you can see what other people like, because the booty pictures were getting all.
So why do you want to see what a man like? What do you want? Wait a minute.
Nothing like that.
So why can't a man's likes and dislikes be private? You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm saying?
It was interesting to see. Because I was like, I hear this person, because if somebody hits you up and they trying to pursue you, let's say on, through DMs or whatever, you got to check out the person's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but look at this. So if a man is pursuing you and he frequents, the strip club, right? Would you hold that against him? Would he lose points in pursuing you if he's a person who frequents the strip club?
It would tell us a lot about him, right?
Yeah, how often is he going?
Right.
I don't know, like twice a month. Twice a month. He been going to this. What if he been frequenting the strip club?
That means he likes freaks. That's what he like. That's a part of his personality, and he should marry one of them women who will maybe not work there so much, but she also likes to go to the strip club, and that'd be a perfect marriage. But he's not gonna marry that woman. Right. He gonna marry that woman. He gonna marry that church woman.
And then they gonna wife to be on the pole. You know what I'm saying? At the crib, he wants to go to the sweaty strip club and see them do it.
Wait a minute. So y'all gonna tell me, right? Just because somebody eat healthy, just like, all right, let's say I eat healthy. That means I can't have a burger every now and then. I not to use the analogy. You know what? That's bad analogy. Let me not say that, right?
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Just because a man go to the strip club don't mean he going there to find a wife, because the strippers ain't there to find a husband. It's a place people go, just single people. Now, if the man is in a relationship, I understand if his woman is like, no strip club for you. But when you single, it's a single atmosphere. It's not, you know what I'm saying? And we got the homie True OG in the back. You know what I'm saying? This is the lady show. We could let him up, or you know what I'm saying? Y'all want to hear what the brother has to say?
Now, well, I'd like to answer your question.
Oh, go ahead.
Before. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'd like to answer the question. I'm a woman that I never cared. I've been to so many strip shows in my life. Shoot. Me and my friends, we used to get together and go to the ones at the club. I've been to the professional ones. I mean, I don't know why we make a big deal about it. As long as you ain't in there spending the rent money and you ain't coming home smelling like twat, we can have a conversation.
girl, you
You want me to
gonna
go
answer this
with you?
question? Because this is you're talking you personally, right? But the
Yes, I
question
am.
was, if a man goes to the strip club twice a
I
month,
don't care. Yeah.
if he goes, okay, you don't care, but the question wasn't about whether a woman cares or not.
You see, she don't care. All women don't care. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
But
Some
all
Yeah,
women
that
women,
care
it
about that.
was. It what I care. That's what he asked. That's it.
no. His question was, if a
Okay.
man goes to the strip club twice a month, right? 12 months out of a year, he goes twice a month. He wants to know, does that mean something to us? Like,
No, I want to know if he lose points or if he lose. You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
yeah,
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 but
that's
she's
why
like,
I
she
answered
don't.
your question. Yeah. I
okay,
answered.
Yeah.
yeah, you did. A church going woman, though, a woman who doesn't believe in that, she may be okay with a man going to the strip club with his boys every 6 months, but she is not okay with her husband going to the strip club twice a month. There's a big difference in every
Yeah,
6 months and
I
twice
would
a month.
not want no dude that's going to the strip club. It's too many wild things. Y'all know what happened at the strip club, honey? I used to be wild as hell. You know what happened at the strip club in that back room?
Oh,
They be effing them chicks. They be fucking them girls, child.
but see,
They be
that's why I
getting
said,
head. They be
where are you
getting
going
head.
to?
They be doing a lot of stuff with them strippers. So
That's right.
you risking yourself by allowing your husband to like go to that place. And I get it, you know, they're gonna do it anyway, whatever. But you know, it's like, dude, what's wrong? What am I doing that you gotta like go over here? Maybe you need to get a stripper pole in your garage or something,
That's right.
and put on some music, some red lights, get some disco balls or whatever, and do what you gotta do. But all that is too much HIV going around and too many wild stuff to allow your husband or your loved one to be going to these strip clubs and be in the back room and doing all that.
And Chocolate says she done been there, and she know what happened. We, those of us who've been to the strip club, like I don't mind my husband going to the strip club. He going with me though, right? We gonna go together, and so we can have fun together. But why would he go by himself? What is he going by himself for? And why would I marry a man if I'm not?
No,
Into
not if
man?
you I'm talking about in the dating process.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
keep doing the date process.
You can't stop a person from doing what they're doing dating. You know what I'm saying? You ain't
What do you
married.
mean? When you're
They don't
single, you do
factor
single
in.
activities, but when you're not single, you do not single activities.
Right.
That's
And
what
So
I'm
you
saying.
just dating is not dating is still single though. Dating is
Yes,
not
but
married.
Some
but
people
isn't
are
it the same
addicted to
thing?
strip
Wouldn't you
clubs.
consider that? Oh, this man I'm dating, he like to go to the strip club twice a month. I don't think he's my type of man to marry. Right? That's what dating for.
And I would think
A
I think
person
that'd be fair. I think that's fair if a woman don't want to date a guy that goes to the strip club.
can I also say this is that there is, you know, I have people that was incarcerated, right? And they had like these classes they make them take. Do you know that people that like the men that are really involved in like prostitution, stripping, all that stuff? Because really, stripping is kind of like another form of prostitution. Because that's what'll go down. You know what I'm saying? It goes down in the what they say. It ain't no
Champagne room.
champagne in the champagne room, but it is sex in the champagne room. Stop lying. And so these are really like kind of like prostitutes a little bit. You done seen the Pink. We done seen what's it called? It goes down at the Pink. We done seen what really go down.
But
And so
at the same time, all strip clubs are not made the same. You know what I'm saying? There are the ones that have the different rooms and all that stuff, and some of them are just they're so small. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just stand there and just see everybody. You know, so it's like it's not a whole lot that's going on. You know,
Yeah,
so
that's a lie, girl. The
they just
smallest
wait
ones
until after
are
the
the
strip club is
freakiest
over
ones.
with.
Not even that, they do it right there. The light in those one hole in the wall that she talking about, the lights are low and they doing it right there. So let me tell you, a
yes,
strip
but there
club,
are still some clubs that don't really like
no,
like the
all
premier
listen,
club. You
girl,
ever
Honey,
been
I
to
know.
no,
like
Listen,
a
I know plenty of
premier
strippers.
club
Listen, I
before,
used to
like
be
Chicas or
around.
something like that?
girl, all of them do it, girl.
Honey,
Okay.
you know what they'll do? They'll be pretend like they dancing on your dude, and then they'll take their hand and be jacking it. So don't pretend, don't think that you that listen because they ain't in the back room getting it. They'll be jacking it on the dude, or
Oh,
they'll be grinding so hard the guy will actually have an orgasm. So
right.
please don't get mistaken that it's
Yeah,
a small
that
room.
sound like
Oh my.
I'm not saying
blue
all
flame
all
and body
strippers.
cap.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
all strippers do it, but all strip clubs they have some participation in. Yes, in that. Okay,
Yeah, but
all of
they're
them.
not all made the same though. So I
Yes,
see what you're saying.
they may not be made the same, but they all doing the same thing. That's what they're for, right? It's a strip club.
All having sex.
Yeah.
Yes, what
All
the
of
hell
them
you
having
think a
sex.
strip
Do you
club
know,
is?
I actually, when I was 18 years old and I was in the military, listen, I was 19, no, not 18, 19. And I left the military and didn't have no job. They just kicked me out and put me on the street. And I went to a strip club and they were like, you are too innocent to be up in here. Cause I was like, well, it's just dancing right now. It's not just dancing. And then later on in life, I got to really realize, knowing people that's in there, I got friends in there, went to them, was around pimps and all type of wild stuff. And I really got to know a lot of them women got pimps and stuff. Even when you see a person throwing the money on the girl, it might not even be like a real customer. It'll be a pimp throw the money on her to get everybody else to throw the money and stuff like that. It'd be like pimps up in there. All that stuff is really involved with the sex industry. So make no mistake, the strip club is not innocent. They be doing wild stuff. And if they ain't getting it down
Of
in
course
that,
it's not. Wait a minute. Wait, DJ Jennings. Of
they
course
not
it's not
getting it down
innocent.
inside
Of
there.
course it's no place that you gotta be 18 or over.
No
No place that you gotta be 18 or over.
They not just getting them hot wings that they say taste so good. What I'm trying to tell you is that at the end of the night, if they ain't getting it right before, right during the strip club, they listen. It's so quick to slip somebody your number, and then they be waiting afterwards, and next thing you know, boom. Especially if they paying a lot of money, yeah.
But that's if the man wants to cheat. If a man want to cheat, he don't need a strip club to do it. But if a man don't want to cheat, he's gonna go to the strip club, have some drinks, get some lap dances, and carry his butt home. It's not about the It's not about the location. It's the state of the mind of that man and that specific individual. A man don't. Dudes to cheat and never touch a strip club. You don't need to go to a strip club. You want to cheat, and you don't go to the strip club. That don't mean you're gonna cheat. Also, I need ladies to understand. If we start to told y'all what we don't like, just listen to us and trust us. We separate our women. We hoes have a purpose and wife have a person. That's purpose. That's not the same person. I can fuck a chick for 6 months and never see her as somebody that I want to be long term with. We separate.
You could marry a woman. You could marry a woman, let her have your children, and you not really give a damn about her. So you could do that too.
We slaughter our women. So when y'all say we click on these chicks on Instagram and we look at these strippers, yes, because they still women. We still heterosexual. But that don't mean we want to marry them. They look good. If a chick got a BBL and in the wig and stuff, and she look out, her pussy's still functional. So as a heterosexual man, we still gonna be attracted to her. Just because we click a like, it's called window shopping.
So this is what these men do, right? They come up here. These men come up here to try to confuse the situation, right? So I don't think we was talking about marriage, but let me tell you something. If a man like me, if I look good enough to him, and then we meet up, and then all I gotta do is cater to what he tells me he like. This nigga is leaving his wife, who he left, to even come and look at me. See, you men, and then this other thing where y'all claim, well, men y'all need to listen to what we tell you. I've had hundreds of thousands of men tell me. You could tell me about you, but now you tell me about them hundreds of thousands of men who've been following me for over 30 years, been talking to me about everything. Wealthy white men calling me on the phone for phone sex in the middle of the day, telling me their fantasies, some of the sickest shit you ever want to hear. Y'all, you can't tell me nothing about men.
Those were those men, but you gotta understand.
It's over 100,000 of them.
But it's 4 billion men in the world.
Yes, and so do you think there's over 100,000 different types of men though?
It's 4 billion men in the world, and we telling y'all, we slot hoes, we slot people. Y'all slot guys. Y'all don't use every guy for the same thing. Women have guys for dates. Women had guys for food.
And y'all
Women
don't
had
like
guys
that
for
shit.
conversation.
And
Women
you don't
had
like
guys for dick. Women had
Y'all
guys for boyfriend. Y'all, it's a
right.
certain guy y'all are kicking
Yes,
with,
we
but
know
would never go
that.
with that. So
and
if y'all
y'all
can,
don't
hold up,
like
if y'all can slot us, what makes y'all think we can't slot y'all? That's all I'm
Y'all
But
saying.
it's
can.
okay if you
It's
do. Like
not about. It's
nobody.
not
No,
about.
that's my. Oh no, I know it's okay that we do. That's my point. I'm trying to
And
kill
by
the
the way, I
narrative
just
of.
want to
No,
point out this
wait.
is women.
I'm trying to respect your tone and where you coming from,
No,
Mr.
wait.
OG.
I just want to say this. This is the women's show, and you know what I'm saying
No,
they got it.
I'm
You
gonna
know.
leave, bro. I'm
Now
out.
you
Yeah,
good, you
you
good.
No,
But
I'm
I'm
good.
just letting you know is
Actually,
the
I gotta go to the gym because I like to stay sexy. Go check me out on IG, truth underscore and underscore reality underscore
Wow.
undefeated. But
I
alright,
don't think
alright.
so, brother.
I'm out.
you should have
Wow.
advertised the book, nigga. Shit. You
You're a
And
thirst trap.
by the way,
Brother,
any fellas that want to hit the panel is cool. If the ladies want you to hit the panel and stuff like that, but we're gonna just because you know they don't got a lot of bass in their voice, we want to do at least one show that they could just, you know, say this shit uninterrupted and stuff like that, right? Y'all got it.
That's
Yeah, I
funny
mean
all
the truth
day.
of the matter is,
That voice
guys,
is too high pitched.
Yeah, y'all got that.
guys don't.
Yeah, come on, that shit ain't gonna cut it.
Hey, listen, I
Yeah.
done heard a couple brothers hit them
Do
notes.
that
Now stop
again.
playing.
Well, I don't talk real low like that. Let me tell you something, bro. I'm gonna tell you something, like Fat Albert.
Okay, DJ Genesis, you got it.
All right. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Guys don't like to be considered or saved in the phone as food or gas or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I don't know. It's just always so funny when it's just like, this is just the way it is. We slot women. And it's just like, okay, that sounds like that's been going on. And now we're kind of like taking a page out the book. Y'all don't like it.
who said that men don't like to be saved in the phone as food?
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Child, I
I
know
mean,
they do.
complain about
I
that.
know they
they
do.
They
that's
don't
right.
They
like
will
to be.
tell you to do it. Say
Yes.
me in there as da 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 da.
No,
And
I've never.
They,
I
they call
definitely.
you up.
They call you on
They
purpose.
call you up and ask you, "Do you need something? You need something? Hey, you need
Right.
something?" You like, "Nah,
Yes,
I'm
I
good.
have had
You
that
so
treatment.
serious. I can bring it right over to you. I'll bring it right over."
That's how
Yes.
you save them in the phone. No, they don't like that part.
Yes, but they actually do like it. Now, just because
That, no,
someone
that's
don't
what I
like
was
it,
saying. I do agree with ooh, excuse me. I do agree with her because why? Is because yes, I also I worked on the phone side of the business and she's exactly right. Men will tell you some of the darkest secrets. They will indulge and say whatever and tell you their fantasies and the whole nine because they feel anonymous and they feel comfortable. And
Right.
that
In
was
that
another
setting,
thing
yes.
too.
But if we're
But wait, LA,
face to
wait, hold on,
face,
baby, wait, real quick. I also utilize that in my relationships. What I learned, how I talk to men on the phone, I talk to the men in my life, and I
I
found that they they liked it, but they didn't because it would be like I feel comfortable with you. I can tell you anything, but it's making me feel a certain type of way. Like men, of course, they struggle with vulnerability. Now I ain't gonna tell your secrets. I might mess with you, tease you a little bit, but hey, if you tell me, you tell me. And like I said, it does give you a point of view that I think some men don't realize that we know these things already. Like you're not giving no new information. And that also ties into the place when we was earlier when you ladies were talking about the strip clubs and all that kind of stuff. Again, that is a male driven business. Women didn't come up with that.
Right.
And now,
And then can I?
now,
Yeah.
wait, women didn't come up with
unmute
that.
it, DJ.
no, women didn't come up with the way like strip clubs and all the different systems and how they started these businesses. Women run some now, but this wasn't started, you know, by women to be in
Well, hold on
I'm
control.
now,
not saying
hold on
women.
now,
Wait
hold
a
on,
minute.
hold on, hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
Adam,
Women didn't come up with it, but a lot of women came up from being strippers.
Wait,
You know what I mean?
let me finish. Let me go over the other side. What I'm talking about is like for me, I always felt like it should have been legalized. I think it makes it
Right, right.
safe. And then
What?
you
That
know
is
there are
legal.
men who are going to men and women both now. I mean, they
Women
still
that
have.
strip club is legal. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry,
You must,
say again.
strip club is legal.
No, she
She's not
talking
talking
about
about
prostitution.
Oh, okay. So she
Prostitution.
was talking about strip club. Now she's talking about prostitution. Okay.
No, that's what y'all said. Y'all said that that's what they do in the strip clubs, right? That was
Mm.
the inference.
That's what they
Yeah,
said.
that's what they
Yeah,
do.
they do.
Right. So all I'm adding to that is I believe that if again our community don't talk about sex and intimacy and arousal and all that kind of stuff as
Mhm.
a hey, I want this or I don't want that.
Mhm.
I think
When
that
we
has a
start,
lot to do, with why women have, taken charge of that, started learning pole dancing classes, started doing things to make themselves more sexier, even if so what, because I'm a wife now, I still want to be sexy. I still, I
I don't
want you
know
to
what
look
you're
at me
talking
like
about. I
that
don't know.
too.
I don't know what you're talking about. But listen, so our community and the black community has been talking about desire and sex for a very long time now, right? Because I'm one of the first people to start it, right?
Mm.
Over 30 years here on the internet, I'm the one who started giving out sex information, sexuality and sensuality and those things. And it hasn't stopped. It's actually surpassed. They didn't change names that I created, right? And so, like, I'm not understanding this, what you're talking about right now. Stripping and doing a pole dance is not the same thing, right? A woman can take a pole dancing class for exercise, right? So, like the way you
But I
put
do
together is crazy because I have a stripper pole in my bedroom. I always had a strip and pole in my bedroom. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's
I would
fine.
say that
That's
men.
not what
I
I was
would say that
saying,
men
but
like I would say that men like both a lady and both a freak. You know what I'm saying? It ain't. You know what I mean? Sometimes we might not
that's
want it in the same.
yes,
Some men don't
that
like
is
freaks at
it.
all, and
That is
some
Some
men
it.
men
don't
don't
want,
like freaks
and some
because
men don't like ladies at all. Some men don't
right.
want to.
You're right
Okay,
about that shit. You're right about that shit.
I know. Yeah, I know. Because I
And I
live.
appreciate you, Zyrex, for being a member for 13 months. She said, "What's up, Doc? Hi, Lauren and the panel. Hey to the chat." She said, "Woohoo, ladies' night. Let's go." And I appreciate you also, Zyrex,
Hey.
for gifting us one motherfucking membership. Appreciate you. Let's play the Zyrex cat video. Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
Let's get back into the show. And ladies, you know what I'm saying? Y'all could drop anybody y'all want. There's no bounties going on tonight. And yeah.
Can I say something about one thing that actually is in the whole industry that we kind of like shun, but actually like it makes marriages more interesting for people that want to get out there, right? So there's like these thing called swingers, right? Now
Mm.
I've DJ'd swingers clubs. I think that sometimes the marriages and the people that do like the swinging, they tend to last a little bit longer versus that person like just cheating on you and lying to you and telling you that, oh no, I just want you, honey, all I want is you. No, he don't just want you, just
No,
and
that's a fact. I'll keep it a buck with you. Most men, we make a conscious effort to be monogamous and stay with one woman. It's not like it's like if we just on autopilot, we'll just be out here just you know what I'm saying? We fuck with who fuck with us and shit like that. You know what I mean? But we meet a woman and we be like, all right, this woman, we could get all we, you know what I'm saying, all we looking for in one woman. And a lot of time, or even if we ain't getting all we looking for, a lot of guys just consciously do that shit. But on autopilot, I don't think most guys, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just within our
I
it's
think
just
that really
nature.
men are polygamous in nature, and I just really believe in that. I did show you that that woman that was older. She was talking about how back in the day, I think I sent it from TikTok. How back in the day, how the marriages were is that the women would be at home doing certain stuff because everybody want to go back to the old times, and the women were doing it. But then the
No,
man would be like doing that over here and whatever over there. But then the swingers clubs came into play. That's where like really you get like your Clive Davises and all like the Hollywood stuff. But then it became like mainstream and stuff like that. It used to be a rich thing to do, and now it's getting more into regular culture. That's why you have this whole P. Diddy trial going on because really they were doing swinging. He's a swinger. He just wasn't. He was, he wasn't married doing swinging stuff, but that's really swinger lifestyle. Things he was doing, really swinger stuff, but it's turning into, like that this woman, oh boo hoo hoo, but she got paid. So I'm just like, at the end of the day, like this exists. There's a lifestyle that exists for people that are married that want to kind of step out, but have the permission of your wife. Same thing with polygamy. Have the permission of your wife before you like go out, and then do and take precaution versus going to the whole stroll and getting something off 14th Street and bringing it back home to your wife. That's like the difference of.
Okay, so I just want to say that what P. Diddy was doing was not swinging. Okay, wow, ooh, Lord Jesus. Now, has he been to swinging clubs and parties and events and things like that and hosted them? Yes, but what he's on trial for has nothing to do with that. And yes, but and swinging wasn't always just a wealthy thing, right? It was always in our community, just differently, right? Because in our community, everything was shh. But see, our parents would get together and go to other parents' houses. The children would be in the back sleeping. We wasn't even allowed to come back out, right? After
I think I woke up at one of them parties like that. That's crazy.
That's right. So they was doing them. So it's something that's always been done, right? I don't know why we look at this older time and think that things were so much better or so much innocent. My grandmother had 15 kids, and she don't know who some of the daddies are, right? And there's a lot of grandmothers out there with a lot of kids, and all of them is not for your grandpa like you think. Y'all just think that, yeah, because they kept everything stay in a child's place. So yeah, we're gonna believe what we want to believe about that time. But as far as swinging, yes, I hosted some of the biggest, in fact, the largest events in this nation. People was coming from all over the world coming to my parties, right? Including those wealthy people, one of them that you mentioned on this panel. Okay, and
so do you know Taurus? Do you know Taurus from Dallas? Taurus? I interviewed. His name is Taurus. He throws yacht parties with swinging and stuff like that. But my thing, is that Dallas has a very huge swinging scene. Also DC, and it is very underground.
DC, Philadelphia.
Let me because I think we're getting a little bit getting a little bit off the topic, right? Okay, the topic is: do single mothers add value to our relationship? Do single mothers add value? And I think we had a video in the background, right? We didn't get to play this video. I want us to play it. I didn't even see the video either, right?
It's never going to happen for her? No, but odds are most high value, high earning men want what they want. And sometimes the extra baggage of children, not to say that children are baggage, but you know what I'm saying, that that's not going to be the choice. And also, I think too many women are letting too many men baby mama them more than once.
Shout out to the baby mama makers. Having a woman that can change the course of your life emotionally and spiritually, and you disqualify her because she has a child that can also guide you in your personal, financial, and spiritual journey. At some point, we have to level up emotionally, physically, and spiritually. Yes. And acknowledge that children are not the standard to disqualify a woman. There's so many other things that people can provide. Whereas if you say, but if you have a child, I don't want it. So now you're robbing yourself of your own spiritual journey, your own emotional journey, because you have a rigid mindset of what you like.
That would be the assumption that one does.
I think you're muted.
Okay, so thank you. Yeah, what she was talking about in terms of like that journey, like there are a lot of people who develop patience, you know what I mean, and change their habits up because they got this little person looking at them, you know what I mean, happy to see them and all that stuff. So I like that point.
But is that a guarantee though?
It's not a guarantee. I mean, nothing's a guarantee.
Nothing's a guarantee.
Oh,
but sorry, go ahead.
No, you good. A single woman with no children could, that's not a guarantee.
Right. What I would say to what she was saying is, if y'all can name me any wealthy man who's gotten with a woman and he didn't get with her or stay with her because she had a child, y'all name them. Because I could name at least 10, if not 20, famous people who dealt with women who already had children, right? And that would include Russell Simmons. What's his name? Russell, the one with Sierra, right? Her child was young. We could go down the whole list. Lil Wayne, right? Lil Wayne messed with women who had children, and that didn't stop him at all. And even these black men, right? They definitely getting with women with children, and they don't mind it. What's that one dude who his son just died? He just took on a whole white woman or Asian woman or whatever she is, and her whole family. Them children is not for him, right? Because they older. She had a child for him, but he let his whole family go for her children. So what I'm saying is women are going around spreading the Kevin Samuels.
That's Brian McKnight, yep.
Yeah, Brian McKnight. Women are, that's why I call certain women mammies, right? Going around spreading the Kevin Samuels bullshit. But right in your face, there's examples to prove that what you're saying and what he's saying was not true.
So, Bomb, you got sons, right?
Yes.
If your son, let's say your son was single and he interested in two women, they both treat him the same, he liked both of them on the same level, but one of them had a kid and one of them didn't have a kid. Which one would you advise him to deal with if he asks you for advice?
Okay. Yeah, my son did come to me for advice, right? So what I would tell my son is, first of all, if you're going to deal with a woman with children, just understand that that's a package deal, right? So that means you accept her and her child or her children. And if you're dating with this woman over here who's single, then, you know, you don't have that, but you may still run into some other issues that you don't know nothing about. So one of my sons, he dated a young woman with a child. And then they have a child. And I just told him that, hey, it's serious when you're dealing with women with children. You got to take in consideration them and the child. Right? Not the children. Go ahead.
I honestly think that women with children are more grounded because you're not really going to, I mean, there's some women that might be not, but once you like.
So let me ask you the question, DJ. If you had a son and he had two women that he's interested in equally, they both treat him equally, he treat them equally, but one of them had kids and the other one didn't, which one would you advise him to date?
How old is my son?
Let's give a neutral age. Let's say he's probably about 27.
I would say whichever one he likes the most. Because if he's like younger, I'd be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? But if he's older, like getting in his 30s, I'd say, hey, listen, you do what you've got to do. Because as a man, it's not up to me to be telling him what to do. But when he's younger.
But I'm saying if he came to you for advice, you know what I mean? Because the reason he came to you for advice because he liked both of them equally. And they both treat him the same. So it's hard for him to choose. He's trying to have his mom advice be the tiebreaker.
I think there would be more things to like consider. You know what I'm saying? You know, because just like, she has kids and she don't have kids. There's more things. Like, I mean, just is she out? He like them both, but what is she doing and what is this person doing? Because one person might be, even though he like them both, this person might be all more out there like that or whatever. This person might be less out there or might be more out there. Might be bad mom to her kids. So it's more to it than just
That's why I said they both same. The only difference they have is one got kids and the other one don't have kids.
Younger son, I'd say choose the one without the kids. Older son, I would say do what you feel.
Even though he doesn't, so even though the older one doesn't have kids, you would tell him do it. You wouldn't give him no advice because he came to you because he, you know what I'm saying, he's at the fork in the road and shit.
No, the older one I would say, hey, because now your frontal lobe is developed at this point. I don't want to get involved with this person's what he's gonna do because he's gonna resent me if he chooses the wrong. So I would not get that involved.
He would have to resent himself because he didn't have to come in and ask you for your input. He actually came to you. So it means what you say holds some validity, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think that's more of a question for a father. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily the mother. Because me, I would say do what your heart desires. Which one do you feel, emotionally more attached to or whatever?
And it's both equally. It's both. That's why he come in for advice. I'll give my take as a dad, but I want to make sure the ladies get to answer. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chocolate.
that's okay. Can you guys hear me all right? Am I coming through clear? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Well, I asked my brother, he said it was cool. So he's come to me for advice about his relationship. And to answer your question, I would tell him, what is your relationship with the child and her? What is your relationship with the other lady that you interested in? And the other question would be, if your intent is to have children and you already want to test this out, go for it. But understand what those, your actions can be your actions, but you also understand there's consequences to your actions. And it can be the same. And this is what I would tell him. Just because she already has a child, that doesn't mean that it won't be drama with the girl with no kids, because y'all can have kids, so I would just want it to be what is your relationship with her and the child, and how do you feel? My last question would be, how do they make you feel when you're with them? But especially who you are. Do they take you for who you are, and do you take her for who she is? And that's what I would tell them.
What about you, Lauren?
I mean, I guess I'll just use because I don't have sons, so I'll use my brothers. I guess. I mean, they both have kids, but if they didn't have kids and they were in that situation, I really liked what Chocolate said, to be completely honest, about the relationship with the child. How serious is it? And do you guys have a relationship? You know what I mean? And I would just ask, are they genuinely compatible? Like, is this person, you know what I mean? Like, does she make you happy? Does she pretty much, like, I guess just like Chocolate said, as she is, can you deal with that long term? Then make your decision from there. But I don't know. I don't feel like just because a woman has a child that she should just be X'd out of the equation. And I've never felt that way.
Yeah, I don't think a woman should be X'd out just because she has a kid. But if I was to advise my son and he got two women that he vibe with equally the same, he attracted to both of them the same, you know what I'm saying? They treat him the same, but it's just that one have kid and the other one don't got a kid. I would advise him to choose the one with the kid. Without the kid, my bad, without the kid. I would advise to choose the one without the kid, because
spit out my water.
Yeah, don't spit your water out, you know what I'm saying? Protect the equipment, protect that equipment, right? I would have said choose the one without the kid, because the one with the kid requires more, right? Even if it's not on a financial level, it just requires more. It requires you to be more. One just requires you to be just a spouse. The other one requires you to be a spouse plus, you know what I'm saying? A spouse plus a father figure, a spouse plus, not to say, like I said before, all guys of a certain age, we should be father figures in general to everybody younger than us in general. But I would advise them to choose the one without the kid, but I'm not saying that women with kids should be tossed to the wayside. I'm not an advocate.
So what if the one without the kid is, even though he likes them both and they're both kind of similar, like is
they're
more
both equal. They
They're
both
both
equal in every way except one has kid and
everywhere.
the other one. They equal. They look the same. They wear the same shoe
100%.
size.
Okay.
Everything
Not
equally
like
yo.
He's making this. Oh my
You
yeah,
god.
are
I don't know.
scenario.
Okay, I don't know. That doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's
You see, you got it. You got it. And what say you Sir Ism? Show the Uncle Ism in the motherfucking building. What's up? What's up, man? What would you advise your son? You
What's up
got
with you,
two.
player?
What's good?
I got sons. You know what I'm saying? They out in the world. One work in Manhattan at a commercial company. He's a videographer, and then my oldest son, he's a therapist. I know you think just because I'm looking like such a player that you wouldn't think a player like me would have kids that are very intelligent. I know you thought I was supposed to come in here with my suit on and looking like Kevin Samuels and all this other bullshit and spraying cologne and shit and roasting women. No, nigga. I'm a nigga from the street and I know what it takes to be a man because I had to do it early in life. So if you a young man, 35 and under, get you a woman, no kids. You want to be the first. You 35 and older. For all you red pill raging dudes, you're not getting no virgins. You're going to get a broad, especially a black woman. She probably got a kid. So you're going to have to make your dominance present early. Now, if she got daughters, you can teach and move a certain way. But if she got sons, for you ladies with sons, hey, don't nobody want to deal with your badass son. That nigga walk down the hallway when you sleep, bumping shoulder with a nigga, leaving little drops of shit in the toilet when it's your turn to use the bathroom, if you only got one bathroom.
What is
This
this,
nigga be
baby boy?
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Especially if the daddy is not in his life, the nigga be doing little shit. You know, y'all be raising the kid, you be talking about it's my son. You be raising son husbands. So when a man come in there that ain't his father, the guy gonna have a little bit of problems. So if you got a son, he about 17, 18, he about to go to college, we can get that nigga out the house and mom and daddy can run around the house. But if you got a woman with 2 or 3 boys, don't do it, nephew. That's just something to fuck on. Don't do it.
See,
Her value is way down. And some of these
Okay,
women with
so
all these kids think their value is still high. Now, the value of a woman is high when you a young man and you trying to pick somebody to live your life with. And everybody get married and they just get married for money. They don't even get married under God, under the helpmeet that a woman is supposed to be. But a lot of you niggas ain't leaders. So the woman marry you and she still run the house. That ain't gonna happen with me. That ain't gonna happen with people that I'm teaching my children. But you old niggas, just understand it's too late. You're red pill raging, you married the wrong bitch, nigga. Okay? So get you an old broad and settle down. But old box has no value. None. Thank you.
Except them boxes is the ones who raise your kids to be what they are while you in the street.
They said
doing your
old
own
box
shit.
has no value. What is that?
yeah, you heard.
You heard it.
You know,
honey, let me tell you something.
If I may, if y'all don't, ladies and gentlemen, don't mind, I just wanted to add this piece. I really wish we would stop with this. We talking to the kids. These kids ain't watching shit. If you go to the stats, there's old ass people watching us right now.
Right.
So let's not pretend that these problems are not going on with people 35 and up. You have at a high rate of men taking ED medicine, and they in their early 40s.
Right,
you have
a blue chill.
Yes. Why do you think it's so popular? Because niggas ain't keeping up. Sisters got in the gym. We started doing Pilates. We started meditating. We walk. We do whatever shape we come in. We support one another. We doing what we gotta do.
Doing all this. Don't start doing all this meditating and all that.
Excuse me, may I finish?
Yeah, let her finish. Your mic sound kind of crazy too. I'm sorry, Ism.
Why is it that a woman anyway? My thing is this. Yeah, here's my thing. It is not older women who are complaining at the vast rate of men complaining of all colors in the United States and in the UK. Just to let y'all know, it ain't just us. That women aren't playing fair anymore. That we're not doing what you guys want us to do, which is to concede.
Well, that's not a good wife. That's not a good wife.
Please, sir.
A wife does what her husband say do.
Sir,
I'm not a good wife.
may I please? Okay, I'm gonna land here. You know, I find it.
You don't believe in the
again-
Bible?
Excuse me.
Let
Excuse me,
it
sir.
go on, Ism. I want her
You
to
don't
drop.
all believe in the Bible, ism.
I want her to.
No, to answer your
Well,
question,
if you get
sir.
married, you're married under the Bible.
No, sir. There's other religions
No.
in the country that you can practice, sir. Every
Oh, well,
black
don't talk
person
about
is
Islam
not.
because you really
I
have
can,
to abide
but you
by the
don't
man.
know, sir. I was raised in Islam. I was also raised as a Baptist. My father was a pastor. My great grandfather was a pastor. I can even take you to the church that we got in North Carolina. I've heard
obviously you're not
all of
raised in
this.
Islam because it's not a pastor, it's an imam.
Oh,
I practice
sir.
E5, sir. I practice E5. I
Stop.
don't even
It doesn't
practice
matter. I don't really care. The problem with the single mother question is, again, it's a form of trying to shame women, but we're not asking what does it matter if she's a single parent? Is the other parent in that child's life? Where the daddy at? Where the mama at? If that's the case, we want to keep putting it on women as if men are being hit over the head and told, you gotta marry me, you gotta get me pregnant, and then I want you to leave me. We're not gonna do this. These are people that we know. This authoritarian idealism that red pill and the black men done adopted. Like, y'all want to go back to the 1950s, but you're not traditional men. Traditional men, and I'm putting it in quotation, they didn't cheat. You had a home before y'all got married.
Wait,
But hold on, ride with me. No,
Play that video I
wait.
showed you.
Hold on. Of
No,
course
I'm not
they
playing
did.
no video. My bad.
Of
But
course
DJ
they
Genesis,
did.
DJ Genesis, you got 2-3 months before I play any video that you send me, because the last 2 times I played videos, I had to cut it from my stream, which is it removed the live chat, or else I wouldn't be able to monetize my video. So respectfully, I will not play your video. You got it, Chop.
The TikTok videos? Damn, that's crazy.
I'm not playing
That's
your video.
messed up. Oh
It's
no.
all good.
But I will land here. We haven't decided on a tradition outside of claiming religion. If we haven't created any way of courting or being together, like for instance, it is assumed that majority of black people believe in the Bible, believe that marriage is within that cosm, but there's a lot of us who don't believe in that. So it comes down to not religion, it comes down to who are you as a person. Because committing to another human being is more than, I think, anything else. It's just like deciding to go, okay, I want to be with you every day till we die, no matter what happens.
Damn.
That's a heavy vow. However, we take advantage of the fact that human beings are complex. That shit might get old. You might get ugly. Something might happen, or it might just be great and y'all both die off together. That does happen too. But when men try to make relationships sound aggressive, oh, if she got a son, then punch him in the gut. Like, what are you talking about?
You ain't got to punch him in the gut, but it's just
I'm being extreme. Why not have a conversation? Why not start with, hey, I want to let this young man know, blah, 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 whatever the boundaries are. You don't. It's about respect. If a child respects you, you don't have to assert anything. If a woman respects you, you don't. Y'all do that. Men do that with each other, but you don't have to do that with women and children.
You got to go go wrong and piss on the house and mark your spot. So
Okay, that's why I'm single and I have no kids. Back at it. Back at it. See, that's
You
the
ain't
stuff
gotta
right
do.
there.
I hope you don't
Then
do
pop
that.
out and
fucking with y'all.
surprise
God
niggas.
damn. I'm
They won't
joking.
tell you that while
Please
y'all
don't do
dating. I can't wait to piss around the house. Like that's the shit
I mean, I
you
heard dudes
find
that
out
be in
later.
the shower with a chick and pee on her while she taking a
Right
shower.
here, he got his leg up and shit. I'm like, that's my boo. I don't know what do I say about this.
Right.
He protecting us from the coyotes.
Right, secretly doing witchcraft and people don't even realize that's witchcraft right there. Peeing in the
I'm just joking. But if some shit went down like that, I go outside, he pissing around the house like he a puppy. I'm gonna laugh at that. I cannot even front. But that's because I'm sick and twisted. But go ahead, y'all got it.
Yeah. Well, men do not need to assert their dominance. That's crazy. Like you coming into a family to assert your dominance? What about respect? And the problem is some generations didn't respect children. You know, they used to be like a children was just to be not heard, just seen.
Right.
And then a lot of times they didn't want us being seen either. They would tell us to go about our business, right? And that's why we ended up with a generation of that's fucked up as it is. But some of these children still have fathers, right? If the father is living, then there's still a father in their life. If the father is, so you might not want to assert your dominance with another man's child, the way you speaking. And by the way,
I wouldn't choose to do that. Ideally, I would think if I'm dating somebody with kids, like I would advise anybody, like if the dad gotta be deceased, you know what I'm saying? For me to try to because I would look at this, see, I won't expect that kid to look at me as a dad. You know what I'm saying? I would do dad shit and it would be an added bonus, but expecting for them to call you dad when they got a dad alive, that's gaslighting. That's nuts.
I don't think that's the most
almost all my uncles married aunts of mine, right? Because that's how they became my uncles. Or even the ones who was my uncles by birth, they married women with children. And I think everybody, like they all had boys. So one of my uncles married my aunt, my mom's sister. She had 3 boys when he met her. In fact, I was with him when they met. We all was at the lakefront in New Orleans, and he came with his boys, and we all met. He asked us to come over. Did we want some crawfish? Right, the children. He had the children, and my aunt she walked over with us while we was eating that crawfish, and they ended up getting together and getting married. Right. My Uncle Paul, though, was still in his kid's life, but he used to beat my aunt. You saying she don't deserve another man coming in and loving on her and realizing she have children, but he had children too. Right? And
only dudes is doing that is old fat niggas with a beer gut that drive a truck.
Well, that's a lie.
That want to deal with three These niggas be showing you they pistol nowadays. These is YNs. Don't that be an old nigga that drive trucks
what about Brian McKnight?
And just want some box on the weekend. He might go for that. I just want a crawfish bowl and a whole
in our
girl.
30s and 40s.
Ain't no young niggas doing. Don't sign up for that, young man. That's a bad deal.
But the young men ain't the ones really watching this type of stuff. The
But
young
look what I'm
niggas
saying.
is
No,
not
some of the guys are younger men. The guys who might need to hear the pros and cons of dating women with kids is younger men. Older dudes after a certain age, most of us, like I'm in my 30s, most of us done mess with women with kids before. Like we not like that. The pros and cons is for younger men because they got a lot of future ahead. Why are they signing up for some shit? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck? What do you mean?
Have any kids?
I don't have no kids. I don't have no kids.
Okay,
These
so
men getting with women
if
with
you
sexual
did have kids, how would you feel if it was the other way around? Like that a woman would say, well, if you have kids, I wouldn't date you because you have kids. You should have been right with your baby mama.
I wouldn't feel away. I would actually, if I had kids, I would actually date a woman who's okay and want to deal with a man with kids, or a
Would you?
woman who are, wait a minute, or a woman who already has kids and know how to help me with the kids. But I wouldn't expect somebody who don't got no kids. It'll be unfair. If they fuck with me, that's cool, but I'm not expecting that out of them. What do you mean?
Well,
Exactly, witch doctor. It's called
yeah,
a help me.
I
Get you a
personally would
help
not.
me. Somebody
Yeah,
to
I
help you
personally.
with the kids. These women want a partner
What is this?
nowadays.
The color purple? Like, what are you talking about, sir? Why is you so like? What is going on
That's what
over
women
there?
say. My kids. They don't say
Yes, they can't
I
have kids.
don't have
my
any
kids'
kids.
father. They say my kids. So if you a young man, get a
Why
help
are
me.
you? Is
Now if
that
you an
bother
old
you
nigga
that they
and
say
you look
that?
like Cedric the Entertainer, old fat nigga that drive a truck, then you
And
get
they
to a bride
still
with a bunch
get.
of
Do
kids.
you do
I
know
mean,
they still
niggas that
get
drive trucks
ass?
get
Yeah, I
money.
was getting ready to say they get. They still get women, sir. What are you talking about? There's
Yeah.
plenty of short, fat, Cocoa Brown brothers that's got wives and children. What are we doing? You shaming brothers like
I ain't saying.
based
I'm
on
saying
what they
if you
look
if you
like?
apply if you apply young
Hey,
player, get you a woman with no kids and you had that
Okay,
woman to your qualifications. You groom your woman to your
but
qualifications. Your help
see,
me, your personal secretary, your
oh
personal love
boy,
maker,
see,
your
this is why
personal
women are
love
stepping
partner.
away
You don't
from
get no
well,
woman
you
marriage.
with
know
no
what?
bunch of kids when you a young man. You are out your mind.
No, that's
If I
not
had
true.
a
There's
23
plenty
year
of
old
young men
daughter, hold
who've
on,
married women with children.
hold on.
Where do you
Name
get this
one.
statistics and
Wait.
Name
information?
one.
If
Name
I had
one.
a 23-year-old
We
daughter
just
and
named him.
she
What's
had
his name?
kids,
Was Sierra?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, quit doing
What's his name?
Sierra.
Russell and
If Sierra
Sierra.
was hot.
All I need is one
She
mic.
had children with Future before.
All I need is one mic. That's all I need. All I need is one mic.
One mic, please. All I need is one mic. Go ahead.
if I had a daughter and she was gonna date a guy with multiple kids, I would tell her not to date that guy with multiple kids. So, now that I think about it,
Seriously.
now that I think about it, there's a double standard because I would not want my daughter to date a guy that had multiple kids. So now I'm thinking about it like, no, that should not be a double standard. If she was 23, 24, 25. Now if she had kids, I say okay, cool. But if she didn't, I'd be like, you know what I'm saying? If he got multiple kids,
So throw the man under the bus, but let your daughter live a good life.
no. I'm saying now that I think about it,
Wait,
there's a double standard.
I'm
Hold on, I'm
sorry.
thinking about the double standard because I
So
would not want
I'm
my
right.
daughter.
Double standard
So
is
I'm
you.
right.
I would not want my daughter to date a guy that has
Right.
more than.
So I'm right. So I'm telling the sons, don't do it. If you under 35 or 40. Now if
If
it's
you under,
40,
if you
you
under a
might
certain
gotta go
age,
for that. You an older guy.
yeah,
The double standard
I
is
kind of
just with
agree.
her. Everybody don't have a double standard. So, yes. First of all, I don't know whose children is listening to their parents as they talk about who they should love or not. Because I don't think we even did that. So our children not really
No, we
doing
just for the sake, a lot of times just
No, I
for the
can-
sake of the conversation, we're
Right,
gonna
no, I can-
hypothetically speak so we could get an answer. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, no,
Some
I get
people
you.
do
That's
ask Dave.
Like,
My bad,
Yeah.
you got it.
No, I understand what you're saying. But the thing is, right, these men are out here dating women with children. All of them. All of them. They dating them, moving them in, living with each other. Y'all not stopping this from happening. The conversation though is so terrible though, right? Because we got a group of men who want to tell these young men that what they're doing is so very wrong.
But do you
And
think it's more women that would date a man with children versus men that would date a woman with children?
Yeah, definitely. More
more
women are okay with being step parents than men are, you know what I'm saying? Because the requirements, you know what I'm saying?
but that's false though, right? Because there's more women who going to deal
Oh,
with
Cherry, why everything when it comes to a man, when it gotta be false?
No,
Every
what I'm
time.
saying.
Let her let on. Let her let up.
An example.
You
Are
such a feminist.
Okay? Yes. So are y'all saying that there are more men out here with children and actively taking care of them children in their home than women?
No, we're just saying there's more women that okay with being a step parent than there are men that's okay with being a step parent because the requirements.
Yeah, but that's not true, right? Because there's more men who are.
Why you always say that's
But
not
it is
true?
true. More women are okay. Bomb Cherry, more women are okay with dating a man with kids than men are okay with dating a woman with kids long
But that's
term.
false, though, but that's
Because the
false.
kids are probably
Yeah,
not with the man. It's probably only 10 to 20%
That is
of
why.
men
That is
that
why.
had their kids
Yeah,
with
it's
them.
false. Because
Come
we
on
can
now.
look at the stats and see that what you're saying is false.
So if more women are willing to date a man with children, why do you think that is? Why do you think that women? So
Because
a
the
woman.
kids don't live with the man.
Right. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is because the kids don't live with the man. Another reason is the requirement. Remember, a man required to hold shit down and regulate and be the, you know what I'm saying, the soul, the leader of the household type shit. You know what I'm saying? So
You
now
know
he
the
got to
woman gonna
lead
be
her
like,
and her. He got to lead her and her kids. But a lot of times when a woman dealing with a man who got kids, she don't got to take on that role. You know what I'm saying? She still could be taken care of in most cases. You know what I mean?
the woman gonna want you to move in with her. She gonna be like, "Oh, you don't need your own spot. Come move in with me. We can save money." And then she can find out about all your little side bitches. And when your phone ring in the late night, she gonna try to control you. Every partner I get them a new girl, I say never lose your bachelor pad. That's your Heisman pose on the bitch. Because if you move in with a woman, you gonna get all your little late night little doo-doos, all your little side pieces. They gonna be all in your phone. And a woman is never sleep, players. She'll be dead sleep. You think, and if you answer that phone, she'll wake up out of dead sleep on your ass. So if you can afford it, keep your own spot forever. Because she gonna tell you we can save money on these bills, move in with me, and she gonna control your Johnson.
I
Period.
thought we was having a good conversation. Why you gotta?
We're talking about like single parents and stuff. So okay, so now that I've asked that question and we've gotten to that point, so all right, if you're as a father, would you tell your daughter that you should date a man with children? If the children were in the house, say he's taking care of his children, would you say?
Hell no.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not.
Because you had young Prince on the thing, or President Prince, whatever the Prince Young, or whatever. Earlier, he was saying, "I got all my kids in my house. I'm about to get some more kids." Right. So, would you tell a woman that she should date a guy that is taking care of his kids and whatever? What would be the stipulations on that?
No, that's why men are their daughter's first husband, their first man. That's why you should take care of your daughter, and whoever come to be with your daughter, he should interview with the father. We should give the daughter away the hand in marriage. We got away from tradition, and that's why we all messed up as black people. Hell no, you can't have my daughter, nigga. You a bum.
But you just said that women are more.
I need to see some credentials.
So the one thing I would say is, it seems like
make
it's
enough money where
But
y'all don't have to call me
say
for
this.
nothing.
What I'm saying
Let me
is
say
that it
this.
seems like
Let me
it's
say this,
reasonable
Genesis,
that
and you
men
got
are
it.
saying it's reasonable across the board that men are having a reasonable standpoint from men and females about single parenthood.
Let me say this, DJ Genesis. You're right about that because most men are skeptical about being a single parent, right? Even Sir Ism said, even if he was advising his daughter, he's so skeptical as a man about that stepfather thing, that step parent thing, that he even advising his daughter. Whereas I heard a lot of women, you know what I'm saying, they might not advise their daughter against dating a man with kids because a lot of them might not see it the same way. You know what I'm saying? They might advise their son to be with a woman with kid, and they might advise their woman to be with a man with kid, because I don't think y'all see it as a big deal as we see it type shit. To where even Sir Ism would advise his daughter to not even do that shit, much less his son. You know what I mean?
So
I have a daughter.
Think we wouldn't respect our daughters and say, "Hey, babe,
No, I have a
you
daughter.
ain't got no children. Why would you be with a man with children?"
Well, when your daughter has daughters, then you got to worry about if the nigga trying to touch on the daughters. You got to worry about a lot more. My son, I'll be like, suck it up. My son, I'll be like, hey, you picked the wrong girl. But my daughter, I still got to protect her. So I'm looking for a guy that's going to take the lead. I don't want you to have kids, and now y'all calling me for money, and I can't leave my grandbabies hanging. But my son, I'll be like, hey, bro, you got to pick better women. So it is a double standard. Sorry about that.
I guess my question would be, and then if that's the case, and we're aware that there's a double standard, then there are things that we can start to do to change that double standard. Because yes, there's a lot more women who are completely fine with dating guys with children. I have dated several dudes with kids. That's not.
When you gonna stop? There's a lot, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but there's a lot of men who dating women with
Did the children live with those guys, though? That's the big question, ladies. A lot of guys have children, and they don't take care of their children.
Okay,
so
wait.
I'm gonna be real. I would not suggest my daughter date a guy that if she don't have no kids, I would not suggest that she date a guy with children or date a guy that's taking care of his children. I would want her to like have her own family, start her family from scratch. That's what the best I would want for my daughter.
Well, that's what I said. Everybody called me crazy.
I agree.
I agree with you too. That's a double standard.
I appreciate that.
I agree with you too, right?
I said like 27. You said 30.
I wouldn't have my daughter. I wouldn't have my daughter get with a man who already have all these children. But
I said 35.
Yeah, but see, with my son,
after 35 or 40, you might got to get a woman with a kid.
Am I muted or something? Because I'm trying my best to be as sweet as I can.
My fault. Y'all got give each other grace. Let's give each other grace on the mic. And I appreciate you, MC Boo, for the $5 holler. Appreciate you.
So what I'm saying is I agree, and it is a double standard. And so if we are admitting that we wouldn't want our daughter to do it, but with our sons, we say you're a man, as long as you can take responsibility. So how are you then arguing the opposite?
But that's messed up.
You're arguing the
I think
opposite, right?
as a mother, though, I think as a mother, though, a certain point where the man becomes man ain't really shit you could really say when they get a certain age. So that's where I'm really coming from, that age. I know that actually once a man start getting about strong enough to whoop your ass too, then you know what I'm saying, ain't really much you could tell him. You know, he can ask your advice, but he gonna do what he gonna do. So
what do you think that age is, ma'am? What do you think that age is with a young boy growing up with this?
Depending on how strong he is, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay, so we'll say about 16, 17. So that's why we need fathers in these kids' life. But women be talking about that's my son, and they don't want to let the father in the man's life.
Yes, but
we
what
need
about
these young men to have fathers.
No, I think at a certain age you should probably be sending that child to the father and let him take care of it.
But what if?
Oh my God, the ridiculousness!
I like this sister. I like this sister talking. Go ahead, sister. I like her.
Let chocolate go ahead. Let chocolate.
That was on Boys in the Hood. Even the mom said on Boys in the Hood, and I think it's a truth.
Boys in the Hood, a fucking movie.
No, but I'm saying I'm saying, but I've seen it in real life where the young son begins to overpower the woman, and so therefore he begins to run the household. And
You didn't even see that in Boys in the Hood.
Let me say this here. I do think ideally, wait a minute, Auntie. I do think ideally people with kids should date each other. Like if I was a dad and I had a daughter and she was interested in a guy with kids, I would most likely tell her to date a guy who don't got kids. The only time I would be a little bit okay with that shit is if the dude is established and he got a track record of handling business and he got his baby mama affairs together. Then it might be, you know what I'm saying? It depends on the situation, the baby mom's past, because it's not likely for the guy to have the kid in most cases. So I would look into the guy more to see what's that. But if it had two equal guys that care about it the same, treated the same, one had a kid and one didn't have a kid, I'll tell a day to do without a kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Exactly. Okay. And see what you just said? The little son is overpowering the mom, and then you bring a guy in here, and now he walk down the hallway and show you his pistol.
But
and you want me to deal with that?
The mom. What did this happen a lot at?
He walked down the hallway and bumped shoulders with me. He already overpowering you, and you want me to deal with this?
Baby, I don't know what y'all.
What kind of young men? What hood was you?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering. Because even the
now,
mamas in the quarter
Come on now. Okay, women. When the last time y'all did a search in your son's room? When the last time y'all just went in there like the police and searched this whole room? And he talking about this my room. Nigga, well, this my house. I'm doing a search of the whole house. You don't even know he got a whole drug operation going on. He got pistols, all kind of shit in that room. Oh, he just in that room playing video games. You don't even know what's going on.
You know,
and
let
you
me tell you
want the new man to come in the house and start rugulating and giving orders. That nigga might shoot that nigga.
Hold on, everybody's looking like this is foreign, but I'm gonna tell you what, the whole 90s and 80s was filled with young drug dealers that was like young as hell, 14, 15, 16, that was drug kingpins. You know what I'm saying? How did that happen? That was because the mom.
I ain't gonna hold you. Most people started dealing with drugs around 14, 15 type shit.
And y'all talking about, oh, ain't no problem. You can come in here, just deal with my son. And this nigga got a whole drug operation going on. You don't even know what's going on. He's sneaking girls through the back window. You ladies don't even know what's going on. And you want a man to come rugulate that and give him some direction.
You know, hood boogers come up here and talk about hood shit all the time, right? So the mother who kid 14 and out there selling drugs, one or two things are happening. Either she herself is also selling drugs, right? Or she's on the fucking drugs. So this nonsense that y'all spreading in the black community, y'all
Not
be
all
the worst motherfuckers ever.
Bomb. Can I say? Let me say
My
this.
sons wouldn't give
A
it
lot
to
of
them.
dudes. A lot of dudes.
Raised up to me, and I'm on it 411. I wish they would.
Bomb. Let me say this. Let me say this, Auntie Bomb. Auntie Bomb, hear me real quick.
Fuck this type of mothers y'all
One mic, Bob.
Wait a
The
moderator
minute. Is
Nah,
talking.
it's cool. It's the
Shut
lady
your ass
trying to
up.
give more grace and stuff. But listen to this, Bomb. A lot of niggas who started selling drugs, their moms ain't on that shit. Their moms is working and can't get them everything. So them niggas is trying to get their own paper type shit. It don't gotta be that their moms is just on drugs or some shit. Sometimes it's regular working people. Cause they ain't around. Remember a regular working mom, she not around to see what this nigga doing.
Right. She not around to see what them. So how many? But what's the number that y'all talking about? Because
You always got all the numbers. Where's your dad at?
And that's why I know what I'm talking about to be facts, right?
No. Where we come from,
the mother knew what her Doughboy was doing.
Nah. The mom is working hard. She trying to make a living and pay these bills. Son is doing a lot of shit once he get like 14, 15. I come from the generation of latchkey kids. You got your key, you go in there, you got some food, and when I get home from work, and then your mom might have her little friendship with her boyfriend or her little bowling tournament friends. By the time she get home at 8, 9 o'clock, we done sold some dope and got up in the morning and went to school. And in the room got 10,000 cash. Your mama like, how the hell you get all this money? It used to be that easy.
And when she saw you with that money, what she did?
Shit, she didn't do nothing. She said, well, I guess you the man of the house now. Let's start paying these bills. And that's what a lot of these dudes did.
That's right. And that means the mama is on it too. That, see,
I'm not saying
why do we forget that the whole like 90s drug crack era
let
didn't
my
exist?
sons come up with
$10,000
at 14 and 3 when I see it.
Because we ain't paying no rent. And when you selling crack cocaine, it was all profit. And you sold crack cocaine every day, made $500 and got up in the morning and went to school. 10,000 is not that hard to come by.
Listen, why are we forgetting the 90s? No, listen, why are we forgetting the 90s where we had some of the youngest people, like 17 years old, the youngest person
speaking on the 90s.
going into like the
Let me try to finish. Wait a minute.
One mic.
Gotta finish, please. When you replay this shit, it just sound like a bunch of noise. You know what I mean?
No, I was saying, why are we forgetting there was a whole like 90s and 80s where you had some of the youngest men being prosecuted for like drug crimes and murder and all type of stuff, and going through the prison system, coming in as like 17, 16-year-old children. Why are we? Oh no, that wouldn't be my child. No, it might not be yours, but it was people were doing that. And you have a huge prison population that went to prison because of that. I have a friend of mine that was even with a 2-family household. They just had 6 kids. She ain't had time for that one. Boom. He ended up in prison. So we not
mentioning them. Both everybody's mentioning them. You the one.
I like this lady, and I bet Bomb Cherry gonna tell you it ain't true. I bet she say that ain't true.
No, I didn't say it wasn't true.
Go ahead,
was that
After
the
bomb, you
mother.
got a chocolate because see
Yeah,
your
what
hand
I
was
was
raised.
saying is that the mother in on it. If you find your kids with a lots of money and you know that they must be doing something illegal and you don't handle that shit, then you are part of it. And you just letting them do it. And now you can't claim, you can't be no innocent bitch talking about, well, I didn't let my son do it. He just started doing it. So I just let him be the man in the house.
It
What
don't
kind
even
of
be
That's
like
what
that.
was
Some of them don't
happening.
even know
That's what
that
was
shit.
happening.
Go ahead,
Yes.
chocolate, and then let's get back to the video.
So back ass
Do
fucking
single
women who
mothers
shouldn't
add
have been
value?
mothers to no fucking body.
Go ahead.
Well, just to add to that piece, of course, too, this was the
Some of y'all got
era
mamas like that.
that we lost a lot of our parents because of crack or because of going to jail. And again, a lot of that there's a big group that is not talked about, and that's the men and women who came back from Vietnam. These are our parents. And some of them did not know how to teach us that. And what's missing in what I feel
Didn't I teach you what?
God damn, Bomb Cherry, please let her
sorry.
finish, and you got it right after.
Okay, I apologize.
It's
What
all
they
good,
teach?
auntie.
What they know what to teach, girl? Go ahead.
Anywho, like I said, again, with everything that we're talking about, it comes with the social communication of it. Are you ready to be a parent? Are you a nurturing person? The traits of someone is being in your life and taking care of you or your children. Those traits need to be known by the person who is deciding to pursue, if y'all want this traditional setup. Y'all both have to be on the same plane when it comes to children, when it comes to these things. But if you don't know yourself, again, it comes down to what is your relationship with yourself and what is your relationship with this person outside of relationships, or religion or money or any of those type of things. Who are y'all together? And again, I don't see why it's not an argument of, yes, people gonna date people with kids. Stepdaddies is still, look, they got their work shorts on now this summer. Shout out to the single daddies this weekend. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this fight. And when you use terminology like dominate and like all this like out the way
Can I just
shit,
say this real quick,
and
chocolate? When I said
no, you
assert your
don't.
dominance, I was being
Not
extreme.
you.
I
Not
just
you.
meant like be a man, so the young man could see that you are a man to look up to, type shit. That's what I mean.
No, I knew what you. I knew what you
Stop
meant. I
getting
knew what.
soft up here with the women. When a woman
No,
in the bed with you, she wants you to dominate.
But this
Every
show is
woman doesn't
for
want
the
that.
the show with Ism. Wait a minute. This show on the Wednesday, we trying to do a show where we let the ladies do. It's like ladies' night at the club. Is you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but we can't just come on now. A woman
We
want
can't
a
just
dominant man,
what?
so you want a soft man in the bed.
You
You want
don't.
him to be soft.
Some women
Everybody
do.
ain't fucking. Some people like to sit down and have a conversation.
Now y'all ain't fucking when
Sir,
we talking about kids.
like, what are you talking about,
Come
sir?
Man,
You
on
gotta
now.
listen,
be
can we talk
able.
about tradition?
I'm looking
Yeah,
at you
like,
But
on
we
the
why
got to
are
get
camera.
back to the
you?
topic. We talking
You're
about the
lying.
topic.
You know you fucking on
Who?
somebody. Come on, baby.
Who?
Man,
I don't know
stop.
who it is. Only you.
I don't have to lie to anybody up
A
here,
lot of
sir.
Do
women
you
are
have
celibate.
kids
A lot
now?
of women are celibate.
I have no children, sir. Chill out.
Well, you want to have sex with somebody. Come on now, you got to
No,
assert
Oh
your
Lord,
dominance as a
stop,
man.
man.
no, I
So
don't. I'm
so
That's
okay.
men gonna
commonplace,
start letting
though.
women dominate them in the bedroom now.
How did we get to
That's what
your
we at.
bedroom, sir? Ain't nobody talking about. The title
Yeah, that's
said
one
Women on
aspect.
Wednesday. Do
I was
single
talking about
mothers add
tradition.
value to relationships? Not your bedroom or your opinion on
So
how
you
we
want a
should be
soft nigga in the
sexually.
bedroom? You don't want a man to dominate you in the bedroom?
I don't know who you
I
asking
don't
because
want
it ain't
nobody
me.
dominating
Talking to
me,
you,
baby.
I'm talking to you the whole time. Now you gonna start running because you know I'm
I'm
telling the
not
truth. You want a
running,
dominant man in the
sir.
bedroom, ma'am. Come
Why
on,
are you?
chocolate.
But hold on. Why do you care?
I was just saying that I can't let Witch Doctor, because he's a player. He can't just be like,
What the
we
hell?
don't
What
want no
does that have
dominance.
to
Don't let you get
do?
away with that. You
Now
want
we
a
don't wait.
dominant man in the
Ism.
bedroom.
Hold on.
Ism, I don't want a woman to dominate me at all in no
Thank
way.
you.
You know what
There
I'm
you
saying?
go. That's my nigga. Come on, let's
No,
go.
but I letting them. They got to do their thing, and I don't think
What are you
they ask. I don't
talking
think they
about?
want to dominate a man. I hope not. I hope
All
they
you
want to
gotta
dominate him.
do is say you want to talk about sex, sir. You ain't gotta come up
I
with
ain't
no
got to. I ain't got to talk
long and
about sex,
stretched
baby.
out. You
Hey,
did.
I ain't
You
hopo.
brought it
I'm bitch
up.
rich. I ain't tripping.
Sir,
I can go get sex
You're
anytime.
bitch rich. Come on now.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
female
yeah.
can
panel.
you just can
Come
you
on now, bitch
Wait.
I
rich.
think
Ain't
we
Stop
none of
need
it.
a
that
break.
up here. What y'all talking
I
about?
think
Y'all
we
just
Wait,
got
need
one of
Ism,
them.
you gotta.
I'm not
I think
talking
he
Damn.
about
need a
them.
You
I'm
be
break.
talking about
driving
my
them.
own
I
women.
think he needs a break.
You say you need a break. All right,
He
Yeah,
does. He need a break.
yeah.
my
Let's
bad,
hear from
Ism. That's the rule of it.
Not
You know what
the
I'm
be
saying?
rich, not the be
Damn.
rich. What?
let's hear from the
You
other guys
yes,
on the
please.
panel. Y'all been very patient. Thank you.
Go ahead, Smitty and Keon. We're talking
Yeah.
about, do single mothers add value to a relationship? I think that's where we at with it now, because we was all over. You know, bring us back in.
Yeah, I go. Hold on. You said do single mothers add value to a relationship?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, the value is dependent on the person. Like you
Mm.
can't tell me that. I mean, Kiki. You can't tell me that Kiki Palmer isn't valuable. Like that's goddamn stupid. Like you know what I mean. You
Right.
gotta. It's about the person, the individual. You know, and
Can I
what they
ask you a
have.
more specific? Yeah, they ain't feeling you. Sorry, they kick you out of the club. Sorry, is my bad. Come back when it's not ladies' night. I just want to ask you more specifically, Keon, right?
Hmm.
We want to know what's the exclusive value that single mothers bring to the relationship that a woman without kids wouldn't bring to the relationship. Because I do admit that even if a woman has kids or not, her value gonna rely on other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not that simple having kids. There's women with no kids and they don't even bring no value type shit. So I'm talking about what specific value could a single mother bring? You got it.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. You like, because to me, I don't look at it nowhere near like that. Like, I don't look at somebody's individual value at all. Like, I don't think that there's a calculation for that. And I think if you do, that's kind of not. Well, I wouldn't say it's strange, but I just think that's kind of. It's just like looking at it in the wrong way. Like, I mean, this is your relationship, so whoever you love, you should love. Like, I know that there's like this that on the outside world where people like to, pretty much, fill their ducats, or line their ducks up and try to figure it out. But I don't think that's you should look at it like that, honestly.
Mm, I got you. What about you, Smitty?
He looks shocked. You got
Uh,
anything to add on to the topic? If
I,
single mothers add value to the relationship?
I
And
am not the best person to ask that question to. Um, Let me see. I'll take a stab in the dark. All right, so the question itself, to me personally, is kind of loaded. Single mothers bring value. All right, so one, whatever it is that that man is looking for, it would bring a value. Now, let's just say it's a man who can't have kids, and that man actually
Mm.
does want a family dynamic.
Mm.
Woman just might bring value just from simply already having. He now has
Mm.
some place
Preach,
of
man.
purpose. You see. Um, so when it comes to the value of a single mother, then I think to myself, like, what is the difference between a woman with kids and a woman without kids? The fact is that if a woman brings value, she brings value. All right. And then I would say the last part would be, um, if I was to directly answer the question, it would be possibly a woman that already has children, 9 times out of 10 has developed maybe possibly a certain amount of patience. There is a certain amount of nurturing aspects that might come with this woman. So, when like the C virus come around, things of that nature, we all cooped in. You know, I was dealing with a woman with children. I'll tell you that I have never felt anything closer to my mother's touch when she was dealing with me throughout my whole time that I was sick. It was feverish, throwing up, and number two at the same time, everything. It was horrible. And she was right there. Like everything that I needed. So I know what it consists of. I know what it looks like. And that's why my view is so different. But I digress. My mic is muted. I just want to hit my J and learn and listen from y'all.
I appreciate the input, fellas. I do think that I don't think that y'all added any value that would exclusively be from a single mother, because most of the stuff y'all said is fear, and a lot of it sound like it will most likely come from a single mother, or I would say a mature woman. But I don't think it exclusively relates to a woman with kids, because all the stuff that you guys stated, it could apply to women without kids also. Maybe what if it's a woman like Chocolate? Maybe she don't have kids, but she raised her siblings, so she is, you know what I'm saying, nurturing and got the motherly like stuff and all of that shit. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she says she don't, but I'm just using it as an example. She trying to let y'all win, you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean, it is what it is. But I'm saying none of the values we stated what is not I don't think it exclusively pertains to women with kids, you know what I mean. I think it could apply to women without kids also.
It could, but the chances of you getting with a mother, right, a woman who's a mother, she understands how to take care of you when you're sick, or a woman who had to take care of her siblings, right? She has that much. But let's talk about the woman who never had to take care of nobody except herself. That's it, right? She ain't never had to even be concerned about nobody except herself. Is she doing the same thing? And she could. It could happen. But I don't think anybody's up here saying that a single mother is better than a woman who don't have children. I don't think we're saying that. But I agree with the young man. Smitty came up and said value is this thing that, you know, depends, it's from person to person. And also this idea where, you know, we have men who looking for their mamas and some women.
So wait a minute. So shouldn't a man wait a minute, Mom. So wait a minute. So a woman shouldn't look for her father. If a woman had a father present and a man had his mother present, shouldn't they use it as a cross reference? I ain't saying you're looking for a mom because you're a grown ass, but shouldn't you cross reference? Shouldn't your mother be an example of what woman you should look for, and a man be an example of what kind of man you should look for?
Not necessarily. It could be. It depends on if you had a good, well, like I had a good daddy, but I wouldn't have looked for a man like my daddy to marry. Why would I do that? Like, it depends. My daddy was a good daddy. He may not have been necessarily a good husband. I wasn't looking for my daddy, right? I remember when my mom was hurt, my dad cheated on my mom. We moved to California and everything.
Oh my God.
The last thing, yeah, so the last thing I was a man like my motherfucker daddy, right? But I ended up with a man just like my motherfucker daddy too.
But bomb. What if I'm saying if you had a good example of a dad and a good example of a mom, because ideally this is how it's supposed to be. I'm thinking that's, you know what I mean.
No, it shouldn't be that way. I don't think anybody's looking for their mama or their daddy. That's crazy.
That's good.
Well,
Okay.
If that's okay. What I think where we're going with is what I was asking earlier. Let's name traits. Traits are human, and if you can teach someone to be human, empathy is a human trait. If you want this woman to raise your children, I would think you would have that discernment. And that's another thing too. If you are not giving your children the tools to have discernment, and again I say, how does that person make you feel about who you are when you're with them, and even when you're not? And that's on the same side. And it comes down to communicating. I don't want to have children. Okay. I may want to have kids later. Is this a deal breaker? Is this something we need to go back and see? Hey, I'm a person with a high sex drive. Oh, I'm not. Okay, how do we work this out? Like that deep depth of a scenario has to start as well. Like, let's just get to the place where we can respectfully know that we're similar and different. Yes, it is different, but it's also very similar. We have our groups, we have our sets. No, I don't care for Mr. OG, but I will give what he said was true. You know, we put each other in boxes. This is how we figure each other out. We go, okay, you're this type of person. I mean, we see it. You could type in, let's say you into bow and arrow hunting. I bet you could find some people on YouTube, just as an example, that's doing that, right?
Yeah.
So it's
But I got to do what we talking about. I'm into bow and arrow, and my husband not. I'm into hunting. I'm into hunting. My husband's not. He's into fishing. I'm not really into fishing. Like we don't. So
well, that's your dynamic. But there are
it's a lot of people's dynamic, especially those of us who are married 30 plus years. Right? It's easy to not be married and shit, and then come up with your reasoning and debate someone who's been there.
I'm not debating your marriage though, and I'm
not saying you're debating my marriage, because I'm not really particularly just talking about my marriage. Because if I was, then I wouldn't be saying the things I'm saying. I am saying that everybody isn't like me and my husband. Everybody isn't like you and whatever situation you've had. That is not only argument this whole time up here. I'm debating the things that when y'all make it seem like it's this way or no way.
No, I never said that. What I'm saying
I'm not talking about you, sis. I'm not just just you, right? But when one of you come up here and say, well, I think men don't like this, and I come up here and say, well, yeah, no, they do like that. And then you'll be like, well, Bomb, how you know it's true? Well, I can actually show you I know it's true, right? Because, like, y'all are speaking to the first internet. You are speaking to somebody who was throwing those parties. You're speaking to the person who was on the phone with these men making them money, with you making them money. Some of y'all said, well, they just want to fuck you. What you mean? They was giving me they fucking money, taking care of my kids. My kid's birthday. Niggas was sending me money for my fucking kid's birthday. What they were doing that for? To fuck me? Because some of them didn't even live in the country I live in. They wanted to fly me out here and there. Some of them just want to fuck. Yeah, the ones who want to fuck was up front with it. They were all for money. I told y'all this the last time I was telling. The men who just wanted to have sex would be up. Hey, I got 1,200, right? But the men who wanted to wine and dine and take care of my kids, yeah. What's up with that? And I'm married, and they knew I was married.
Wait a minute.
Y'all would say men, they only want the good ones, right? They don't want the strippers, even though the strippers are.
No, men want different ones for different reasons. I would say.
I've never said that. Yeah, men marry all types.
I'm not talking to you, Chocolate.
I was talking about what the doctor just said.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Damn, Bomb, why you be so hard on Chocolate? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I love it. No, you don't. Please don't say you love me. Please don't say you love me.
Okay, because Chocolate be faker than a motherfucker. That's why number one. But
I be what? I'm sorry. Shit. I'm what? I'm sorry.
I said you be faker than a motherfucker. I mean, y'all
faker
want me
to who? Fake to who though?
Girl, don't get me started, girl. We gonna just keep the conversation going, okay?
No, but you said it. I'm want to know who I'm being
I meant it, bitch. When I say something, I say it. I mean,
why does it gotta go there? Like,
okay, well then don't ask me no question and then ask me to prove it, because I could do it.
I didn't.
Don't want me to do. Okay, well just let's keep it pushing. Nobody shouldn't have asked me why I'm going at you, and did not expect me to answer. I answered. I'm not really going at you, but I said, okay, cool. Now let's keep it moving. I'm too old to play. I keep it real.
I just want to make sure, you know what I'm saying? We want to contain the madness in the box, right?
Well, that's fine, but I will say.
Why would you say that she's fake? She
Oh,
spit up.
she keep it pushing. You want to keep it pushing?
Whoa. DJ Genesis, you trying to DJ Genesis is messy as hell. I thought I was
No, she was very honest. She don't have no kids. She's speaking from her standpoint and her position. So I don't
Girl,
think
look, don't ask like I said, don't ask me no question. If we say we're gonna keep it pushing, right? Now, if you want to ask a question, we just want everybody to know you being the messy one right now, because I'm saying let's push on.
Well, that was the young lady.
I'm not going to do that because I want you to. You sewing. I want you to do my daughter's pageant dress. So I'm not
okay.
But I will say this without question. I find it interesting that you can, you don't have to say anything about it, but I find it interesting. I haven't done anything to anybody, but I'm being accused of being fake. And then when the question comes up, it turns into something else. I just came up here to support LA. I don't want no bullshit. Much love to you, sis.
Damn, you ain't came to support. You ain't came to support me though. That's fucked up.
Oh, stop it!
No, chocolate. I'm gonna say this. I do have a question for you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, all right. You as a single woman, right? How old are you? Are you willing?
Yeah, no, I don't care. I just turned 46.
What?
So you're 46 with no kids?
No kids.
How'd you do it?
So that's a story for you. I got a story for you, sis. Anytime.
Right. So 46 with no kids. So I'm 47. Yes, I got 2. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
my younger sister doesn't have children either, and she is 6 years younger than me.
Was it like a choice to not have kids?
Yes. It was a very conscious choice and my sister and myself and my mother, we sat down and talked about it.
So do you feel like somewhat selfish, or like, no, because I've known people to say like that when they didn't, they felt kind of selfish. Did you feel a little bit selfish?
No, not at all. I don't feel selfish about what? I mean, because in all honesty, if it's an equation, which I understand what you're saying, Janice, I'm fucking around.
Right. I'm not being rude.
No. I know you're not. I know you're not being facetious or nothing like that. I went through that, right? I was engaged twice. I was engaged at like 24, and then I was engaged again in my 30s. But for me,
did you say yes? Did you agree?
I did agree. Somebody should have slapped this shit out of me. No. But when you're raised,
hey, can we get a peace sign, sir, in the back? Can we get a peace sign? Okay.
But when you raised to, my mother.
Let's speak easy to the stage.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Hello.
Chilling,
to answer your question, it was hard and emotional because again,
probably the guilt of the parents, like, hey, when you gonna have some kids?
Yes, I went through that because when there was 4 of us that was all born in the same year, like my cousins and stuff. So we all were turning in our 20s. They all had kids and I didn't. And then when we got into like the 30s, my mother was like, oh, because now it's, here's my grandbabies. My aunts was calling her and that kind of stuff. And like I told her, I said, I'm not gonna have kids just for the sake of having babies.
I'm gonna give you an example of my situation.
Yes,
because I get cussed out right by the red pill people, right? I didn't have my first child till I turned 30. I had my second when I turned 40. Now I'm 47. So I have a 7-year-old. Right?
Oh, that's okay.
My mother people will go off on me like, oh, you waited until you were 30 before you had kids, and that's not responsible. And
yeah,
so y'all get negative backlash from not having kids.
Yeah, especially
like, you waited until after your prime to have kids.
They act like we gonna.
You're at the wall. You can hit the wall now. You ain't worth nothing.
Well, actually, I kind of wanted to follow up something that you were asked about. Do you find it selfish? And then you asked, why selfish for what? And like, I actually find it selfish when people like choose not to have kids, because like you have ancestors that like had to like fight lions and tigers so that your bloodline could survive to where you are, and you're just like, well, fuck them. You know, you're just like,
Is that
Yeah,
But
because
speak easy.
fuck
What
'em.
about if you? But wait a minute. Let me ask you this question. But what if you what if somebody come? Wait a minute, DJ Genesis. God damn. What if you come from a large family?
What do you
What if
mean?
your family already is large? Because like let's say my sibling has let's say my little brother has a kid. Me and his kid will share almost the same genetics as if I was their dad.
I
So
got
what if
you.
people
So,
got large
yeah, but you
families?
still didn't do your part. So like I'd still say you were the selfish one in that one. Like your family was, and I would say you were the selfish one in that part, right? And like with the like waiting till you're like later, like older to have kids, this isn't like always a necessarily bad thing. But like I think even the women would agree it's not optimal to wait till later in life to have kids, right?
I find that
See that?
Hold on real quick, please. I just want to say this.
I just wanted to show
please,
that. I'm glad
I
he
just
came up
wanna
and
say
showed
this.
that.
God damn. Go ahead.
How is it that the concentration is on me being selfish, not the fact that instead of me just jumping to the first man who wanted to lay down with me and make children, I didn't want to do that. And everything that you guys are saying is minus the type of man that wants to raise children with me. There is traits that I am aware of that a man should have if he wants to make a family. And I did not come across that man. It wasn't because I was out here tricking. It wasn't because I was out here getting niggas money. I was working every day. I was taking care of my mother, my sister, and my brother at the time by myself. My father was still alive. And I got $5. There's a lot of reasons I could be a complete bitch about it. But the truth is, to tell anyone that they're selfish without knowing or without even putting in the equation, where are these traditional men? When I was in my relationship, the reason why he wanted to put a ring on it, because I was that girl. I cooked, I cleaned, I worked. I did all of it. And I was a sexy bitch when he got home from work.
Lord,
And I
wagon.
always smell good, look good. So I know exactly how that plays out. But I wanted it to be more than that before I decide to put my life on the line. Because y'all act like having babies is like busting out. You know what I'm saying? You just pluck a pea and then there it is. My life is on the line, sir.
Well, no.
What is
your life on the line?
Your life is not on the line, but that's the exaggeration some of y'all will put out there when y'all.
Not an exaggeration.
When you say your life is on the line, what do you mean by this? Like your life's on the
She's talking
line.
about like I think she's talking about like
Mortality.
pregnant, like the dangers of pregnancy.
Your
Probably.
body. Yeah, like why y'all be so I need everybody to
I
chill
think
out.
that men separate the body.
Yeah, but
from
you were
the head.
biologically made to have children, right? Like,
Exactly.
But you miss it. You're missing it. I'm gonna tell you
about
a story.
I'm not missing it, right?
Bullshit, right?
No,
Our
like,
bodies are made.
we've all been through like lots of like, and I'm not taking anything away from what you've been through. I'm sure you've been through a lot, but you still have the free will, right? Like you still have the choice to make. And when you say there's no, just wait. When you say there's no, yeah, there's a part I'm getting to. When you say there's no traditional men.
Right.
This is where I call a little bit of cap on your story because there is traditional men. You're just not looking in the right places. If I ask you, well, let me ask you a quick couple questions. I'd probably guess you're not a virgin, right? Right.
Are you for real?
Yeah. So that's a no. I'm guessing do you go to church?
Why does that matter?
Do you go to church?
No, I don't believe in Christianity or in like that.
Okay, well, there's another reason you find no traditional men. When you're looking for men, what kind of places do you go? Do you go online or do you go to the clubs?
I'm not looking.
Okay, do you go to clubs?
No.
Have you?
No.
You never.
Well, earlier you said you did. I'm confused, but
see that?
Come on now.
See that? This is what I find. A lot of women
No.
will like live their like, yeah,
What
you
are
go
y'all
girl,
hold
boss
on,
babes
please, hold
lifestyle,
on,
and then in
please.
the end they say there was no
If
good men, but you weren't a
excuse
good
me, that's
woman
not
back when
what
you
I
should have found a
said,
good man.
sir. You complete, and this is I hear you guys say this shit. You completely
Who's
want to
you guys?
negate the
I'm talking
fact.
to you. I'm not talking about
Yes,
other
but
people.
you're
One
not.
at a
But
time,
what
please.
you're
One at a time.
saying, sir, what you're saying, sir, has been said to me many times, and it has the same trope. I owe no one my womb. If I am going to bring a child into this world, there is a financial commitment, there is a health commitment. I need to know that the man that I laid up, because I can't do this by myself, and you want to keep putting it all on me. As if I asked you,
I'm
didn't
not
ask
saying
me.
it's
Hold on, sir.
all right.
Please. I'd love to have the conversation. I
Yeah, I
don't
thought
want to
you were done. Go
generalize
ahead.
it. Thank you. I'm talking about me and my experience. I have nothing to be ashamed of. I don't feel sad. My relationships didn't work out. They just didn't. I don't hate them. They don't hate me. There's nothing else going on, but I did not want to have children with these men. That's a whole life. Y'all may not think, but I take that shit seriously.
Well,
I'm
traditional
not
men,
going, but again, I don't
traditional
bother
men
anybody.
want children, though. Don't you get that?
But
Traditional men
again,
want
you're
children. If you can't
assuming,
find a
but
traditional
you're
man and you're
assuming
saying you
I'm
don't, wait a
looking.
second. Just wait a
I
second. I let
didn't
you
say I
go.
was
Just
looking.
wait a
I
second.
didn't.
If you're saying you don't want children and you can't find traditional men, this makes perfect sense.
No,
Traditional
that's,
men want children.
but I'm not looking, and you're bypassing this.
And he's
But
right.
then how can you say you didn't find any if you're not looking?
But
That's
I just
like,
said that. I just said where are
But
all
when
you?
do
Not just for me.
I gave
when
you
do
the
men
answer
There
start
are
earlier, young
women.
man.
looking
I
for
told
marriage?
you what was earlier.
What are
well,
y'all
this is
talking?
the problem. You've prioritized your career instead of
No, I did
prioritizing
you didn't even
family,
ask
and that's
me.
why you got to that
You
point.
heard nothing I said.
You said
You
you
heard
spent your
nothing I
whole
said.
younger life working all the time. That's what
No,
you
I
said.
took care of my mother, my
Okay.
sister, and
Yes.
my brother.
Okay.
A sick mother, not a
Okay.
working mother, a whole person, 3 people, myself, keeping us together. That's what I said I was doing. There was no prioritizing of career. I was taking care of my mother, and I ended up being everything else. I don't regret it. It
Until
made
what
me who
age?
I am.
Until what age were you
Till
doing
my
that?
mother died
No,
4 years
your
ago.
age. I meant. Sorry.
Till about yeah,
4
she
years
passed
ago.
away 4 years
40.
ago.
She was 40, right?
Yeah, that would be about I was 42.
So
Yeah.
so then you prioritized these things rather than
I
making a
prioritize
family of your
making
own, right?
sure. No, I prioritize taking care of my sister and my brother. Now, if you want
Yeah.
to continue the conversation, you can ask me why am I taking care of my brother and my sister instead of assuming. They
Well,
both
no,
have
I
hands.
didn't assume
They
anything.
both,
I haven't
yes,
assumed anything.
yes, you did because
I
you
definitely
said
haven't
that
assumed anything.
yes,
No.
you said that I prioritized my career, and I never said that. I never said that. I said that
Earlier you
my
said
life, I worked. I had to work and take care of them. What else was I supposed to do? Because I'd be a gold digger if I was sitting around waiting for a man to pay for me, right? What was I supposed to do? You
why
guys
would you be a
tell
gold
me
digger
how
if you
you
found a
can
husband?
go what?
Did you say you would be a gold digger if you tried to find a husband?
No, I said if I was sitting around waiting for money because you said I had to work my career, I have to work. I gotta feed people. Like
Well,
I
it's
don't understand
prioritizing that. It's
how is that
prioritizing career over
how
the.
many dudes?
You're
It's the
saying that
same
you did
thing.
it for taking care of your family, right?
Yes, yes.
So, but you still had the option to look for a husband too, right?
I did date. Yes. I never said I didn't. I didn't.
But you didn't want to have kids, right?
I didn't. These men weren't worth me having kids. Like, what
Yeah.
is that hard to believe? Like, they didn't deserve for me to carry their kids. I take that shit seriously. I'm not married to anyone.
Why
So
didn't they
I
deserve it?
didn't because we were not a good match. Because I ask questions. I want to know how you really feel about me. I don't want to be your face here. if you say you love someone, you should act accordingly. But those are my desires and wants. I'm not putting them on anybody. I'm just giving the perspective of my life, which I share with a lot of other women who had to become the caretakers of their family members.
Y'all
So
did
can I
have
just
sex,
ask,
right?
like, what are you bringing to the table then that you're saying they don't deserve your
What do you
child?
mean? What am I bringing to the table?
Yeah, like you're saying they don't bring enough to.
They didn't deserve me having their children. No, they did not.
Yeah,
They
so
were
like, what do
liars,
you?
cheaters, like not
Every
abusers.
single dude that you dated was liars and cheaters.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, where are you finding men? That's what I don't understand.
I'm not looking no more. I did. Now after my last relationship, yes, I went back and prioritized my career as well as prioritizing just, hey, I want to help other folk. Me not having a child does not dismantle my community. Women in our community do other things. We've created other things than children. And it's like all of a sudden men have decided that that's not important either. If you don't have kids, if you're not married, I'm selfish. Every man is a great man, and I just walk by them.
I didn't say
And
every man.
that's not
I think that's for
true.
men too, though. I think I said the same thing. I said anyone,
Exactly. And I say
woman
this
or
for
man,
women
who
too. Right,
chooses
exactly.
not to have a family is selfish.
Some people don't click, but y'all talking about what you don't want to say is it would have been better if I'd have fucked one of them and made babies. Is that what you're telling me? Without marrying this man, without being with him, without us not working out, that
so
would give
I'm
me
assuming
more
you
value.
slept with the men you dated, but didn't have babies with them, right?
Yes. Yes,
So
because
like
it's a
first
thing
thing
called
would have been
protection.
not not giving up your vagina if you didn't want to give up your
Okay,
womb.
well, you tell me and stop asking for it then.
That would have been the first step. All right?
Go ahead and tell men to stop fucking. You can be the spokesperson, sir.
But
You
women
tell
are actually
men
the
to
gatekeepers of
stop.
sex, so like you could
Then
like
please
all
tell
women
them
could
to
say
stop.
no, right? You
All
understand
women
that,
should
right?
say no. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
They
this
could.
man said that we
Yeah.
should say no. Ladies, you
Yeah,
should say
women should. Yeah,
no. So
women should
now I
have
want to ask you
more of
this
a standard
question.
of who they
What do
let
we
inside them.
do?
Same with
And
men.
what do we do with the men who don't take no for an answer then? What do we do? What do we do with them? Because they can be our husbands, our
What we
boyfriends.
do with them now? Lock them up. What are you talking about?
That's not, yeah, exactly. Because again, you don't have to think about those type of things. You're not in the position of a woman in that regard.
What are you?
What happened?
What?
The whole conversation did flip.
I just want to ask. So, was y'all having sex with a condom, or like, what was y'all doing? Like, how did he
What
not?
do you
What's
mean?
how? Like,
What do you mean
Anybody?
how? It's called protecting yourself. Like,
I mean,
what?
hold on. It could have been that she might have not been as fertile, and maybe the men.
I'm out. Wait,
what?
No, listen to me.
Wait a minute. Where we going? Where we
Let me
going
say
with
this.
this? Damn, where
No,
we
listen
going
to
with
me.
this?
I was gonna say this. Is that
Wait a minute,
I
DJ
want
Genesis.
to know
Wait a
how
minute.
she's
Wait
been
a
in a
minute.
relationship and she hasn't been pregnant.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Wait
That
a
doesn't
minute,
really-
We don't want to get into if people fertile because we don't know the inner workings of people's lives and shit. DJ Genesis.
No, that's not what I was
It
trying to
doesn't
DJ
matter, to be
Genesis.
completely honest. I've been pregnant twice in my life, and the first time was when I was 29. And I've been in relationships, long-lasting relationships, since I was 17.
Thank you. That's what I'm
So
saying.
it's
No,
the
she's
first time
saying
you get pregnant,
she's proving your
it's
point.
easier to get pregnant the second time after you get the first one, but it's not always like that.
But what I'm
Not
trying
always
to
so
say
easy.
is that sometimes when I talk about fertility, I'm like, is that you might not have been like sometimes you could be with a guy, but it's y'all just not meshing up, and you just don't get pregnant. The guy could be doing all type of just all that, and it just don't happen because it's not meant to.
Being a nice guy right now, and he knew where that conversation was gonna lead to, so he.
I
Just
didn't mean to like make her feel like she was infertile. I was just making like look. Sometimes
No, I think where that conversation leads to is you're gonna next question ask is how many abortions did she have, right? That's what the
Wait a
next
minute. The thing about it, we got to remember, like a lot of
I
women.
can have that abortion
Wait a
conversation.
minute, DJ Genesis. A lot of women are, and you as a woman should know that a lot of women are sensitive about that fertility conversation type shit. You know what I'm saying? Even
Well,
the
you didn't
abortion
let me
conversation.
expound upon it. I would have like gotten deeper into it because
I mean,
you can
I ain't gonna hold you,
a
DJ
married
Genesis, from
couple.
listening to you. You more suitable to talk with the fellas a lot of times because you just shoot from the hip type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it
No,
is what it is.
yeah, I'm real with it. Like, I mean, a lot of people can be with a man for a long time and not have kids. So she could have been with one guy for 10 years and never got pregnant.
Mm.
No one thinks about that because of like whatever was going on. Probably
You know,
like
infertile when you mean
I think-
infertile. You mean
I think the
whatever's
reason-
going on would actually mean infertility, right?
I-
But you just don't want to use that word because you kind of
No. What I'm saying is that I have friends of mine who have been married and couldn't have kids with that man. It could have been infertile with whether she was, and she found out later, like, hey, there is like a gene going on to where like whatever. There's also like a thing where just you and the guy just y'all stuff don't mesh up and it just can't create a viable option. So
yeah, but I think if that was the thing, that would be the first thing she said, right? That would make sense. Like that's not something to be ashamed of, right? You don't.
Right,
You weren't-
so that's what I'm
you
saying
weren't
is that
so- you didn't choose that.
if she might have loved this guy for a long period of time and was together with him and whatever, and then she couldn't get pregnant, that could be an
like,
issue
dude,
too.
her boy,
And then goes into
man
like
could've
the
been
40s, and now
but like,
you're over.
you gotta understand the probabilities of that is why nobody jumps to those conclusions right away,
Well,
right?
but there's also okay. Let me
the
just.
probability
You
is
said
high,
some things about abortion. Let me tell you something. Okay, in my 20s, I got abortions. Okay, I took the Plan Bs and all that stuff in my 20s.
Wait, the Plan B's? How much Plan? Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
I took 2 Plan Bs, and then I got 2 abortions. Right.
So you killed 2
So
babies.
I was, yes, I was a child murderer. So I'm gonna just tell you this, and let me tell you this, and it was because of like the stigma of my family of me thinking like, listen, I've seen my sisters have kids and the fathers didn't take care of their children. The guys always came back and didn't when they were single mothers, and I saw what happened to them, and I said, you know what, I don't want it to happen to me. So therefore, I made the decision like, no, my aunties told me, listen, don't have children till you turn 30. So I listened to what their advice was, and I didn't have my first child until I turned 30. That's exactly.
No, sweetheart, we're not
Shame on them for doing that.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna let her get away with that. Right?
I don't care about getting away with it. That's what happened.
Okay, we're saying, but what you're saying though, you're blaming it on other people. You're blaming.
I'm not blaming it on her. No, I made the decision.
They told you.
No. I made the decision. I made a very sound decision that I was not going to have a child in my 20s. I got to travel. I got to do this, that, the other, and be a 20-year-old and do this. And when I like ended up whatever this, that, the other, I said, you know what? I'm not, because I listened to the advice. So therefore, I'm not going to say it's on them. It was on me.
Men hear this though, like this is the problem. Like men hear this, and then women wonder, where's the good men for me? Men are scared that if they get their women pregnant, they're just gonna go murder their child.
That's a lie. That's a lie because most men.
Wait, what?
Exactly what's happening.
No, most
They're
men
gonna murder
say,
their
no,
children.
Wait a minute. Is this YouTube friendly conversation? Also, y'all could exercise the power scrolling at the bottom of the screen and shit. But I don't think I never had that fear. One fear that I did have though is because I actually lost a kid before with a relationship that I've been in mad long. But my ex at the time, her life was in jeopardy while she was in labor. You know what I'm saying? And that was kind of scary because usually if like I care about a chick, I usually think about if I get them preggo, like what's gonna, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go through no shit like that again, type shit. Yeah, man.
Right. My situation was not the same. My situation was I get
pregnant. It is rare.
What you think to do?
I would say
y'all forgetting about that this happens. That the guy say, so what you got to do? So what you about to do? So well, I'm not ready or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm not ready either, and goodbye. You know that, I mean, not to sound like an asshole, but I'm not gonna sit up here and be with it. And so, but when I turned 30 was and I knew that I could take care of that child by myself. And if this guy say, "What you think to do?" I said, "Okay." You know what I'm saying? I can take care of this child on my own.
Yeah.
Like this is such a horrible way to think about it.
Well, but understand that this is the reality
there's
sometimes of people's thought frame. Sometimes in my situation, I saw my sisters raise kids on their own, arguing with the father, arguing with the baby father.
Because of your choices, don't have sex then. This is wild.
I don't care what you think.
Wild to me. We're gonna punish the kids.
You're not the one carrying the child. And guess what? Every child that I gave
You're
birth,
right. The men aren't the one carrying the child. But guess what? If the woman decides to have the child, the woman gets to decide that man has to use his body for the next 18 years to pay for that child. So you take away his bodily autonomy.
So guess what? He said he didn't want to have it. He said he didn't want to have it, and so I didn't have it. And so therefore, I didn't take away his autonomy. I didn't take away
in
anything
no
from
other
that man
situation
at that
do you
time.
justify killing people, but for some reason women can decide.
Well, tell men not to be telling you, what you finna do when the woman get pregnant.
Girl,
What you finna do? What you finna do?
What you finna do is
not tell her to get an abortion. That's for sure.
You were so proud to mention that you had that abortion. Like,
no, I'm not proud to mention that.
Okay, well, you so said it, and now you.
It don't matter. I'm being real about it. Y'all, people want to lie.
You might want to keep it real to yourself.
I don't give a fuck about what nobody think about me. I'm telling you how it really
you
happens.
sound like a motherfucking murderer for no reason.
Okay, shout out to me being a murderer.
You didn't know how to take.
I'm just blaming it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't care.
You blame it on everyone else. Well, the men wouldn't have been good. That means you murder the kid. Like, what are we talking about?
Bro, that is not no kid. I hate when you Christian fanatics always trying to make an embryo thing.
What is it then? What is? Oh no. Okay. Let's go.
Not a kid, bro.
What is it?
If you take a plan,
what is it?
Don't take her side. She the one who says she's a kid.
No. Just answer here. Calm down for a second. Answer. What is it? What is it?
I've been calm. Like I said, you're a Christian fanatic who always trying to make an embryo seem like a freaking kid, so it can make it seem so much worse.
That's why you can't be serious. That's why you can't be honest. What's an embryo?
Embryo is a group of cells. We know what it is.
That's why y'all cannot be honest and let it be what it be. You want to call it a kid, a child, and all this other stuff to make it seem as worse than what it actually is. It's not a kid, bro. Like,
she said it.
What's an embryo?
Murderer. She said it. So
what's an embryo?
Motherfucking medicine. These mammies come up here and say this shit, right? She believe it. She believes
I don't know why.
2 kids. So let her deal with this.
Scared of it now. See,
who cares?
Honey, I've already dealt with my trauma. That's why I'm going to talk about it.
Let's remind everyone real quick. Not once did I mention God. Not once did I mention God, but you want to bring up Christian fanatic and this and that. So tell me, my friend, what is an embryo?
A group of cells.
Thank you.
A group of cells? You're a group of cells, you moron.
Yes.
That's not a good definition.
No, but I'm more than a group of cells. I'm more than a group of cells, right? Because
you're a group of cells. You know that, right? You're a group of cells.
Yes, but
human being
but an embryo
is cells. Not a good definition. Can you give me a better one?
I can deal with a fanatic ass motherfucker Christian. Fuck
is
you,
an embryo a young human
motherfucker.
being? Is an embryo a young human being?
No.
No? An embryo is not a human.
Literally not.
I practice E5, so I look at this from a whole nother perspective. I don't look at it the same way you do, sir.
Is an embryo? So what is an embryo if it's not a young human being? What is it?
It's a group of cells that hasn't.
So are you? That's not a good definition.
It doesn't have organs. It cannot survive on its own.
You're a group of cells. Yes, you are.
So you are just
a group of cells.
You just want to focus on just the group of cells. But I gave you
Doc, salute, Doc.
Salute.
You look. You're not gonna win this battle, baby. Okay, you can speak to them dumb motherfuckers all you want. I told you that it's a group of cells without organs that cannot survive.
Oh my God!
And there you.
A lot of people in the box rock
without organs that cannot survive on its own.
That's right. That's what it embryo.
Okay, so does the organs part is the separator? I guess because like a newborn
breathing on his own.
Hold up, let me finish.
It's a parasite.
A newborn can't survive on their own either. So is the organs the part that separates them
No,
from being a human?
I'm afraid to let you know.
Is the
that
organ?
Wait a minute. Let her answer.
you
Wait a minute.
tracking?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me moderate this show. Let her. Y'all give each other a chance to land. Go ahead. Bomb and speak easy. Whoever else want to get in the box, let me know.
Okay. So a newborn who has come out of utero and has taken a breath, they are breathing on their own. Okay.
Is the thing that separates it the organs? That was my question.
The organs? I gave you the definition, right? I told you what it was. You want to just break it up and separate my definition? Is that what we're doing? Okay, we can do that. So what's your question? Is it just
Let me help you because
no,
I don't
you
think
don't
you're
need to help
tracking
me,
what I'm
baby.
saying.
You need help.
Let me help for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
You said the embryo, right, is a group of cells that has no organs that can't survive on its own. That's what you said. That was your thing. That was your definition of the embryo.
It
and then
has
I said to you,
I said with organs, right? Because they
embryo does have organs now.
It depends on the stage. It depends on the stage, right? I'm asking you, right? You do know that the first thing that comes is a heartbeat. That's at the beginning,
Is
right?
an embryo a human organism? Yes or no?
Is it a human organism?
Yeah, human being.
Yep. No, it's not a human being.
Is an embryo a human being?
No, it's not.
Okay, I don't know what to do, man. Go back to school, man. This is
combat it with no
No, it starts off as a zygote, bro. It's a
yes, you know that we said that.
Embryo is a zygote, and then it turns into actual fertilized thing. So it's a zygote first, and then it becomes like an actual.
Is it a human? Yes or no?
We gave you the answer. No.
Yes, man.
It's
Why
a
y'all?
zygote.
It's not.
It's not. It's a group of cells in the very beginning.
Okay.
We said that from the very beginning.
Yeah, if I was holding an embryo in my hand, if I was holding an embryo in my hand and I was holding a baby in the other hand over some lava, I'm pretty sure you would be like, drop the freaking embryo.
What is a human being? That doesn't mean anything to this conversation. That doesn't mean
that
anything.
means everything to the
You actually
conversation. It means
proved
that you put more
absolutely
importance
nothing,
in the
right?
actual baby.
You're just
human being
talking.
that
I
you put
get
in
it.
a
You're
freaking
too
group of
dumb for
cells,
the
like she said.
conversation,
So
though.
yes, it does mean
It's
a lot.
okay.
You just
It's
don't
okay
get
to
it
be
because you're a
dumb.
Christian fanatic who don't want to get it.
Christian
You're
fanatic.
oblivious to the
Here we
difference
go. He
between
just
a
keeps
human
repeating
baby
himself.
and
He
what
has
an
nothing
embryo
else.
is.
Poor guy. Are you okay? Do you have anything else can you actually keep up with the conversation?
I've already said what I had to say. If you don't
kind
have a
of look like
response,
white
that's your
Jesus
fault.
mixed with a little.
I want you to tell me what
visual.
a human being is. If it's not a human being, what is
Brother, look in the mirror. I'm not about to sit here and play definition games with your
Exactly.
crazy
You don't even
fanatic
fucking
ass.
know,
You know what
right?
these things
So
are.
don't try to define things you don't actually fucking know, right?
Well, you define anything. If I
You
don't
just
know,
said
then you
that
do it. Teacher,
a human being
teach me.
is
Teacher,
an organism with a DNA from both a mother and a father human being. That's what a fucking human being is. And an embryo is a human being. And it's a young human being. The
Is that the
definition of
definition, or
kid,
did you just
shut
make
up, you
that up?
stupid fuck.
Because
The
that's not the
definition of
definition.
kid,
You
the
just made that
definition
up.
of kid is young
You
human
just
being.
made that up. You
So an
literally just made
embryo
that
is
up.
a kid. Has nothing to do with Christian fanatic. It's definitions.
Can you
dumb
repeat?
fuck.
Can you repeat the
Go back to
definition?
school.
What's the
Go
definition
back
of
to
human being
fucking
again?
school.
You go back to school.
What's the
fuck.
definition of human being again?
Guys
What did you
actually
say the definition was?
Fuck, man. Holy.
Yeah, I bet you don't want to repeat
You know,
it. Repeat it
you know
one more
what he
time. What's
don't
the
know. You know
definition of
what
a
he
human
don't
being?
know, my brother. You know what he don't know, that before, right? Christians are the ones who came up with this abortion thing, right? When they side was the ones who was fighting for abortions, and they were saying that embryos were not human beings. But as soon
that's
as
why in the
they
Bible it
won,
talks
then
about
they
wiping
decided
the
to fight
city
against
out for
it.
Oh,
And
now you
always
want to
we
bring up the Bible. I thought you weren't a Christian. I thought
You
you
guys
didn't bring it
just
up.
brought it up.
Oh.
You just brought it up.
Yeah, brother, you're see-through, bro.
You
You're
just
see-through,
brought it
bro.
up.
You
Are
want
you
to act
actually
oblivious so
dumb?
you can bring up these
Are
dumb
you actually
arguments
dumb?
so you
You
can
brought
bring
up
your
you brought up the
Christian
Bible
fanatic
by
narrative, brother. We can see through that, bro.
bringing in the Christian fanatic and shit. You're the one who brought this up. You understand,
Because
right?
you guys are the only people that be making these dumb arguments. You always want to
You're
make an
actually
embryo seem like a
retarded though,
kid.
because you
Yeah,
don't
the
even
only
know what a
person that
human
makes these
being
arguments.
is. You don't even know what a human being is. You're
You don't
retarded.
either,
Does not have
brother.
to have a
You
baby
You
don't
to
understand
either.
have a
that, right?
woman.
You
Okay?
This
clearly
is the
don't either,
problem.
brother.
Bullshit.
Actually,
This is
can
the
you give us that
problem.
definition one more time?
You need to
And
go back to
Definition
you
of
had a
school.
woman one
right
more
not
time.
to have
Back to
children,
school.
sister. That was your right and your
Hey,
God-given
repeat
right.
that human being definition one more time, and I can see if you're right.
It's a new organism with a DNA from both a mother and a father human being.
Oh, is that okay?
That
That's
is
the
a human
definition.
being.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay. So it has nothing to do with Homo sapiens and having a vertebrae or nothing like that. It has
Yeah,
nothing to do with that.
Do you know what Homo sapien is? That's the
Yes, it's a human being, dumbass. That's
yeah,
why I'm asking
that's
you.
the
It has nothing
technical
to do with
term.
that. It has nothing to do
That's the
with
technical
characteristics
term.
of
You
a
stupid fuck.
species. It has nothing to do with
Do you
that. It's just
understand
because
that,
you have a
right? That
mommy and a
it
daddy,
doesn't
and
make
you
a
have mommy
difference.
genes and daddy genes, and you
Oh
put it
my
together.
lord.
That's the only. You's a dummy, bro. You's a
What is,
dummy. You don't
what's
even
a
know.
Homo sapien?
He thought we was dummies. That's what it was.
You's
What's
a
a
dummy.
Homo
You don't even
sapien?
know.
What's
It's
a
because
Homo
you got
sapien?
mommy genes and daddy genes, and you put it
What's a
together,
Homo
and the birds and
sapien?
the bees, and then shut your dumb ass, brother.
What's a
Again,
Homo
it's this Christian
sapien?
fanatic stuff. Like I'm a
What's
Christian
a Homo
myself, but I'm
sapien?
not a fanatic. I
Yeah,
know the
you're a
realities
dumbass,
of our
bro.
world, and I
You're a
know the
fucking
differences between
retard.
somebody
Imagine
who's
this
going
guy
through
saying,
something
"How do you
and somebody
define
who's going through
human?"
pushing ahead.
Homo sapien. You're a fucking retard, dude.
That's
Because
not
his
what he said.
That's
characteristics,
saying the
taxonomy,
same
brother.
word. You
His
retard.
characteristics is not just because of mommy and
Human and
daddy.
Homo. Oh my god, you're a fucking
A whale has a mommy and a
human and
daddy,
Homo
dumbass.
sapien.
What are you
Right. A
talking about?
whale does have a mommy and
A
daddy.
whale has a
This guy's
DNA.
mommy and a
A
actually
daddy.
fish.
What are you
dumb.
talking about?
A fish share DNA from.
It's so sad that how you are this dumb.
Like
So crazy.
All of this to dodge. All of this to dodge that you're baby murderers.
having a mommy and daddy makes you a human
That's all
being.
this
You's a
is,
dummy,
right? You just
brother.
want to
You's a
dodge
dummy.
that you want to advocate. How many abortions you pay for, bro? Why are you so mad about this
She's
topic?
not
I
a
ain't paid
baby
for it.
murderer,
Damn.
okay?
I ain't
How
paid
many
for it.
babies you
I ain't
kill,
paid
bro?
for shit. What
I
do I
don't know
look
why
like paying
she
for
said
shit?
that, but she's not a baby murderer.
I ain't paying for
Well,
shit.
I would say this.
Yeah,
I said it
anybody
because
who had an abortion
I'm
is
being
a murderer.
All right,
real.
look at this. I just
One thing
give
is
me a minute.
I'm
Give me a
being-
minute. I just looked it up, right? And it was giving a lot of it looked like it's giving a lot of mixed answers. Most of it is kind of down the middle, right? People say biologically, no. An embryo is an early stage of human development, not a child yet. It can't think,
Of
feel, or
course.
survive on its own.
Of course.
Yeah,
But
Legally,
again, the Christian
So
fanatic
it's a
has to say
human.
child
So it's
and
a human.
children and
Which
kids
doctor?
and
It's a
baby
human.
murderers
you
so it
know
can
what?
make
Good
it sound
question. Let
good.
me look up if it's a human.
So, if a
Wait a minute.
tree, if a tree, if
Wait, let
if a
let
tree,
little King,
hey,
little
let me,
King didn't get the
Development.
mic as yet. Let little
Oh my
King go, and then yeah, I got it real quick. Let me look this
if
up.
a tree, if you plant
How
a
can you
tree
have
seed,
human development without
so if
being
you
a
plant an
human?
apple tree
Oh my
seed in the ground, right,
god.
and you, if you
So
plant an
let me say
apple
this.
tree seed
My
in,
bad, little King. Before we go too far, right? So embryos are not children, but yes, embryos are human organisms at a very early stage of development. They have human DNA and start life after fertilization, right? But
These
they're
are
not
facts.
fully developed. People, no brain, no heartbeat early on.
These
You know
are
what I'm saying?
facts.
No consciousness yet.
Right. So
And they're
after like
humans.
so they,
6
They're
weeks
humans.
or before 6 weeks, when they find out you're pregnant, you get like you take the whatever pill, whatever. They don't give it to you after the thing is like another thing, but the baby is like developed. They do it. That's what the pill is. The actual.
I just want to say shout out to
That's
Witch
incorrect what
Doctor
you
for
just said
being
about a
honest.
pill, y'all. Please do not
what?
believe some of these motherfucking women, okay? They don't know
Nigga
deal.
trying to
They
get
give
me
you
in
a
trouble.
pill
Nah, bro. Yeah, I know
the
you're not on my side of
that
this
morning
argument,
after
but at
I'm
pill
least
not
be
on
is
honest.
nobody's side. I'm
At least be honest.
neutral. Let me go right
that
up here.
morning
I'm
after
neutral in the
pill is just birth control, but it's a stronger strength to ensure that the embryo doesn't okay become a bit. So what she just said, well, you go and take a test and then they do this and do that. Anything after, if you take a pill, that's an abortion pill.
Yo,
Okay, so that means you had an
Well, no,
abortion.
I didn't know. I took the plan B, whatever that
Okay,
is.
so you did
That's
that wasn't no
abortion.
birth control. I mean, that was birth control. That was not an
Nah,
abortion.
Plan B is abortion.
No, it's not.
See,
yes,
that's
it
what I'm saying.
is.
See,
It's
the
not.
Christian fanatic. He's a
But
Christian
I
fanatic.
have
I told you.
I did. I'm not gonna lie. I did have 2 abortions. So One it was a rape, and one was like
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
You can't make this
Yeah, I
shit
mean,
up.
the
that's
bottom
Say
line
grapes.
is
Say
that
grape. Say grapes
a
just for the name.
drape,
This is sound like we about to
a
go
drape.
dark.
No, I'm not
Mhm.
gonna go dark. It's one was a drape, and one was a situation where really earlier on in life, like I was it would actually what happened is that like I was having the baby didn't have a heartbeat, and so they did like a DNC, and so they like took the thing out. So that was the second one. So I
That
had like
wouldn't be an abortion.
so I had two. I
Yeah,
had
that
two
wouldn't have been an
plan
That's not
Bs.
an
abortion.
abortion.
Well,
No,
wait.
it is an abortion. It's considered
DNC
Oh,
itself is an
no, it's
abortion.
not. It's
An
It's an
it's a
abortion is
medical
ending the life.
procedure to remove
No, that's an
the carcass.
abortion.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
It's considered an
DNC is
abortion.
considered an abortion. It's just
Okay.
another way of saying
Okay.
a heart.
Yo,
Now,
guys, seriously, stop this nonsense, man. They have fucking medical terms, man, with fucking medical definitions, man. Fucking cut it out. You're too fucking adult, like you're adults or children. What the
apparently
fuck?
you seem to be a child because a
No,
woman
no,
is telling you.
DNC is a fucking medical procedure to
Yes.
remove a fucking carcass. You
Yes,
fucking idiot.
but it's the same procedure of an
No, it's
abortion.
not a fucking abortion.
It's the
Abortion
same
Look it up on
is
Google. It is an
unaliving a
abortion.
fucking
It is
process.
honey,
No,
it's an abortion.
it's
It's
the
a look
same
it
Who
up.
y'all want to drop?
Not having this.
Who?
It's an abortion. Look it up
Who?
on Google. It's an abortion.
Easy, gone.
Damn, speak easy. My bad,
Right.
bro. Damn.
Damn. And Lil King, please stop yelling. Okay,
No,
we are here.
Yeah, Lil King, they could drop tonight on Wednesday night. They could drop anybody that they want, or they could let y'all up. On Wednesday is ladies' night. I'm just here to help them regulate and shit. You know what I'm saying?
And the topic is: do single mothers add value, not ABs?
Thank you.
Moving on.
That's what I came for.
What, the single mothers?
We don't
Yeah.
But I just want to.
Okay, what you got on it?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Single mothers add value to community, to their children's. Like, I'm sorry, I missed the earlier part. Single mothers add value to the children's lives. Know about like them just being single mothers, adding value to what, to society and things like that. I mean, if they're gonna babysit, tutor, and things like that, maybe even help out with a bakery or something like that. Other than that, I don't see where we're going. That was my thought.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, thanks.
What's it, y'all?
That nigga said a bakery.
No, he said he add value, but he didn't give the same value that most of us might expect to hear him answer. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah, he mentioned it.
I'm just confused. So I'm confused by the whole question though, in general, because it's like, how does a single, like, if a person, especially for in a relationship, if she found a man that likes her, then what? How can you? I just don't see how you can say that a single mother is how, like, how can you lack value?
Did you catch the video that we was watching?
Nah.
Okay. So
Yeah, we're talking about what value a single mother could bring that a woman without kids can't bring. You know what I'm saying? What are some of the things that they might add? Some people say that a woman with kids might be more stable minded. People had different points, but none of the points I agreed with is exclusively for single mothers. You know what I'm saying? I was saying that a lot of women without kids could provide the same value. So far, we didn't get no concrete exclusive value that single mothers provide.
Yeah, because having children is not a characteristic. Like that's just a natural thing that happens. It's not like your children is not your life. Your children is not your character, or it shouldn't be your
Having
personality.
children
Now,
without
your
a
children.
man is though, right? Or without like, if you're a woman, if you don't have a man, sometimes that could become a characteristic, right? If you're a woman or not.
That's not
You said
true.
what? What do you say? I didn't
Never
even hear what he
mind. You
said.
know what? I'm gonna fade the black. I'm gonna let y'all chat. Let me
He's
hold
scared
up.
y'all
Let me
gonna
read the
drop him.
room.
That's why he want. Y'all got him scared. Yeah, you see, y'all trying to abuse the
Nah,
guy.
it's like maybe I don't know what that. Let me read the room a little bit. Excuse me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But yeah, in the video they was
I
just
think
saying
Chocolate's trying to talk.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, sis. You got it.
In the video, they basically started out, you know what I'm saying, that if, especially with this high value stuff, right? If a single man has options, why would he pick the single mom? And so that's kind of how the video started. There was one lady that
You
basically
can run the
said,
clip back if y'all need to. My bad.
yeah. Go ahead,
If
run
you
that.
don't mind, if you don't.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And my fault. I just broke a glass. I'm trying to get it
Well,
together.
don't rush. Right, don't rush. Get hurt. It ain't that serious.
Right.
But
I played from the start. And
Yeah.
from the start.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I think I'm understanding now.
We hear online is that single mothers are less valuable on the dating market. Do you feel like that is fair?
Fair is the wrong word, but I think there's truth to it.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is there is a level of disqualification that's going to happen because a man that is high earning, high value has a lot of options. Now, does that make that woman a bad woman? No. Does it make her unworthy of love? No. Does it mean that it's never going to happen for her? No. But odds are most high value, high earning men want what they want. And sometimes the extra baggage of children, not to say that children are baggage, but you know what I'm saying, that that's not going to be the choice. And also, I think too many women are letting too many men baby mama them more than once.
Shout out to the baby mama maker. Having a woman that can change the course of your life emotionally and spiritually, and you disqualify her because she has a child that can also guide you in your personal, financial, and spiritual journey. At some point, we have to level up emotionally, physically, and spiritually. Yes. And acknowledge that children are not the standard to disqualify a woman. There's so many other things that people can provide. Whereas if you say, but if you have a child, I don't want it. So now you're robbing yourself of your own spiritual journey, your own emotional journey, because you have a rigid mindset of what you like.
That would be the assumption that one doesn't have the other. Like imagine a woman that doesn't have children that can help you to grow mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, and energetically. If you have the option, and that's why I'm saying you got to look at it where both things are even. It's not to say that women that have children are worse and women that don't are better. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the reality of a good woman that comes into your life, if a man is blessed enough to actually get a good woman that wants him to grow and wants to evolve and wants to be in her feminine and wants to submit and all of these different things, then that's a blessing in itself. However, if a man has all the options, why would he choose a woman that already has children?
Option doesn't mean that that's who you were ordained to be with.
I agree.
So you can have many.
Damn, this is wild. I think we gotta stop it a little bit to get y'all take on it. It's a lot of wild stuff being said.
Yeah, we're caught up now. A little extra.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get it. I'm getting it. I'm understand where she's coming from. I mean, I do kind of get what she's getting. I just hate people that use the words high value. But I mean, honestly, I understand where she's coming from. Though, like if you got the perfect woman, and if you got,
So let me ask you this: do you think like low value men should be with women with kids?
Should low value men be with no? I don't think that. That's the thing. That's why it's so stupid to me because I don't think there's a default for anything.
What's the list?
Because if it's not high value, they shouldn't use it. Should be low value. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm just saying. Sure, but all I'm saying is that basically, I do agree that basically what she's saying is like if there's two perfect girls and one of the girls has kids, more than likely I would probably pick the girl that doesn't have kids. Like I mean, I get it, but. You know, like I said,
you don't have to. Yes, it's your preference.
But I call bullshit on that. These men ain't choosing women based on that, right? If that's two good women, one of them you with, and you know that.
You know this thing, Bomb. You saying that because most guys take what they could get. I ain't even gonna hold you. Most niggas take what they could get.
That's what most people do. That's a fact for humans. But you know, some of us are bad bitches. Some of us are bad bitches where a whole shitload of men want you, right? So why did I choose my husband over LL Cool J or when I met Usher or when I met all the motherfucking men who was trying to get with me, wealthy men, rich? Why did I choose this poor ass man? And why did I go ahead?
Don't do him like that, bomb. Why you gotta be poor ass?
What you mean go ahead?
You know, I'm saying that I'm basing it on them being millionaires, and we nowhere near no millionaires. So
Can I say something as an older, like a 47-year-old, damn near 50-year-old woman? And I have guys in their 30s hit me up on Facebook, whatever, and all these different dating apps or whatever. And I would not date a guy if he says he didn't have kids, because I would not feel right occupying their time and their time to be able to procreate with me in my life. You know, time is of the essence, and allow I wouldn't feel right letting them lose that opportunity. So I would not date a guy that was younger than me that didn't have
so my question was, why do some of us choose, right? We choose, and we may have lots of options. You have lots of options. Why did you choose the one you chose? Because it's something else. It may not be money. It may not
What
be
you mean? You mean chose as far as why did some guys choose a single mother?
Yeah, like
even Bomb, you got to remember the number one criteria for most of us naturally is physical attraction. So if the woman good looking enough, if the woman good looking enough, a nigga's gonna try to get in them skins. It's just
there you go. So, but even if she got kids, she cute enough with a fat enough ass, y'all like yes,
right, breaking her down.
And that's my point. That's all.
That's how some guys end up having a woman with kids pregnant. A lot of them didn't plan to do that. They was just.
No, you men plan to put a baby in women. I've been with men talking about, I want you to have my baby. That's what I do.
Yes, honey.
Oh, damn.
Yes. Now that I agree, I have heard that.
Corrected.
Yeah.
Got it.
We'll say that.
And here's nothing. I see a lot of people in the comment. I see a lot of people in the comments saying, well, single women are the bottom of the top of the top, and single parents are the bottom of the bottom. But when you on these dating apps, you don't know whether they're a single mom or not. You just picking them out based on what you like and what you see.
No, but people put that they got kids in their bio. That's you can't just not put that because people gonna.
They'll hit me
to what you're saying though, men aren't being shamed for being in their 40s and not having children. Men are not being told that they hitting a wall when they 53.
Yeah.
Online talking about I want somebody to be subjugated. What?
Well, y'all older ladies are more mature women without children. Nothing wrong with that.
I ain't say I was mature. I got older. All I'm saying,
I'm talking about
shit. Fuck that. I'm gonna say it like this. I enjoy my life.
Chocolate, you look beautiful for 40 years old. You probably don't even look.
Now say that again. That's why I'm trying
you
to
look very young for your age.
You got a young nigga like Keon trying to risk it all.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure it out, man.
Don't look young.
I don't have a problem. I used to only date dudes that was older than me. And then I just was like, man, I'm not putting nobody in a box. Like, I'm just, if you come up to me at the way I like that and we kick it and it hit off, I give you a chance.
I got a chance.
What?
Lord Jesus.
Listen, let me tell you, you don't want, look, I live out in the boonies now. I'm out here with no electricity, no nothing. I have to.
We don't mind. This man got survival skills. This man watched all the episodes of Survival. Like bro, let her know.
Do you like Doomsday Preppers? You ever seen that show?
Hey, I like anything. Hey, yeah, definitely.
Lord Jesus.
Anything you like. Hey, whatever you like, baby. Go ahead.
That's the men. They agree with me.
Okay, now, okay, like, and it ain't even no hate. Like, I mean, seriously, like, I try to be very honest, and men don't like it. I had a man tell me, "Don't be mean to me." Now you got a whole wife, and you like, listen, I'll take care of you. I don't want you to take care of your wife. You ain't got time for me.
Them the ones you get to take care of you.
No, I don't want. That's okay. I like it rough. I'm good. Pause.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't mind living outside. I don't mind any of that. I love it.
And some of y'all
So,
confusing, right? Because one minute you claiming that you have it hard, it shouldn't be hard and shit, right? And then somebody said, well, you know, a man can make it a little easier. Oh, I don't need no man. I don't want no man.
I didn't say that. I just said I don't want to have. I'm not pulling anybody into my life, and that's okay. Like,
so that's the same
and
thing.
that's
Nothing wrong with it. But
right.
Yeah, nothing.
I guess the one thing I will say to you, Mom Cherry, is this: thankfully, you have a husband. But all this traditional men want to take care of you, that comes with a very high price, and I'm not paying that.
Yeah, it comes with
that comes with
and the high prices. Really,
Wait,
men
what
just
high price?
be
What high price
these
it comes with?
The high
My bad.
prices, they want to be respected, which they deserve, right? If they take care of you,
If
they want
somebody wanna
to be
take-
loved. If you love them and don't mistreat
If I
them,
love
but
them.
then women will start talking about it comes with a high price.
But
Right?
it does.
Some people,
It's a risk. Anytime you step into
But,
another person's life, it's a risk.
But bomb is bomb. Weren't you aren't you a married woman? Aren't you a kept woman? Because I don't see you work. I see you at home sewing and doing the domestic shit. You know what I'm saying?
doing what the fuck I want to do, right? But if I want to show hubby over there, y'all might hear him snoring, right? You hear him snoring, and here I am talking, probably disturbing his sleep. But you know what?
So what did you had to what did you have to sacrifice in return for your husband taking care of you?
I not to sacrifice nothing. He gave me everything I wanted. He gave me my motherfucking children that I wanted. He was the type of man. That's why I chose him. When I asked the question, why didn't I date the rappers who was there grabbing at me, and why did I choose him? When I saw him, he had everything I wanted in the father of my future children, and he was sexy. Okay, and then sex was good as hell too. Okay, but it's the family thing, and now people young women not caring about family like that no more, right? Y'all having babies with just any fucking body, and then you just be like, nothing wrong with being a single mother taking care of your children. The problem is you ended up having them children with any fucking body.
That must be these young, because I didn't have children with anyone.
Well, I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking, but yeah, are you saying these women ain't having children with just any fucking body?
I think it's like the younger generation. But
what are you talking about? It's y'all motherfucking millennials.
But listen, no, I'm not a millennial. I'm Generation X.
Girl, you not.
I'm X. I'm X.
Girl, you are lying. You are not an X. How old are you?
1977 is X.
How old are you?
47.
You're 47. You may have just made it. If you
just made it, almost. You know what I'm saying? Almost.
Okay. Sound like
but I'm gonna say this.
Millennial to me, I'm an X. Okay. And
right.
And
but I just keep my youth. But I'm gonna say this.
What you mean you keep your youth? Why
oh shit.
Me?
Oh shit.
Y'all motherfucker. We up here making it seem like everybody's so young. All of us look young. And I'm older than all of you. Right? But in person though, they'll think I'm your motherfucking daughter though. Right? So, but I understand, because I speak like I'm a grandmother, because I am a motherfucking grandmother. But my grandson is 5 years old. Some of you motherfuckers younger than me got grandchildren in their motherfucking teens. Okay? But it's because y'all dumb as fuck. That's real. Y'all talk about men like they ain't shit, and y'all want to use them. And then now that you gotten older, and you know what I'm saying? Because I could get old and fucking ugly as fuck with no teeth, getting old with no teeth and everything. That fucking man who's over there snoring with me. We're not gonna always stay young looking. So the idea that you say you still look young, but where your man at? Or your husband, or your family, where they at? And I'm not talking about you in particular, right? I'm not talking about nobody up here. But some of y'all gonna die alone, like Kevin Samuel said, because your attitudes is very much like he said that some of y'all attitudes are.
Hey, I don't die alone. I got my kids. I have children.
Wait, no, listen. Your kids, you hope that they go and get their own life, don't you? Don't you want them to go have children and get married and shit? So you hope. So now you're gonna say you're gonna die with your kids.
No, I'm saying is that when you talk about like people having people around them when they pass on,
Yeah.
there's more men that's left alone when they say, "Well, I don't want to do this and that."
That is true. That's how you
cling to the mom. They don't cling to the father to say he don't want to be involved. Like so, I mean, I think that you have more. You have more men dying alone, and that's what they're saying in the group homes. And I actually own the group home, and I know that for a fact. Most of the men and most people in the group home are men.
Okay, well, that is not a fact anymore. That used to be a fact, and as y'all get older, the men and the women, right? The women are living with other women, right? And they cats and shit, right? You may not get in the group home because your family will take care of you. Why? Because you're a woman. Even if they don't want to, they still gonna tote your big ass in, or my big ass, because I'm the one with the big ass. I apologize.
I got a big ass too, but I also own the group home. And I'll tell you that the majority of people in group homes are men. They're not women. Women don't get like thrown into group homes like that. It's mostly older.
That's what I just said. Because our children
mentally challenged men.
Our fucking sons gonna come, and even if he can't barely afford it, he gonna take from his children and his wife in order to put us somewhere. And his wife gonna allow him to do it because she love him, hopefully, right? And
wait a minute. My fault, Bomb. I just looked it up. In the elderly group homes, assisted living is like 65 to 75% female.
That's right.
Women live longer and are more likely to outlive spouses. Ended up in care homes. You know what I'm saying? But as far as behavioral issues, mental illnesses is a slightly majority when it comes to men, like autism, shit like that. You know, it's mostly like fellas.
So these women been spreading their lie, but I knew what. See, I don't say nothing that I don't know. I'm old enough to know how to first Google some shit, right, before I talk about it. And we've been this is the conversation we've been having on
my group home was mostly mentally ill, so I ain't gonna lie about that. It was mostly mentally ill.
Well, you mentally ill, that's where the money at, right?
Yeah, most special needs people are males. There's more male because I work with special needs people, and is a large majority of fellas. You know.
Yeah, so that's a big difference. But yes, there's more women because we do outlive the men. So everybody's spreading narratives that's very negative, right? If you like men, you like sleeping with them. I know I do. Fuck that. Okay, I ain't sleeping with nobody else. Maybe my rose. Hubby did buy me a rose. Okay. Oop, that was supposed to be secret. Sorry. Anyway,
I got one too.
Girl,
we need a sponsor. We need a rose sponsorship.
You gotta call.
Gotta combine that with the sex, and it'll blow your mind.
Oh yeah, girl, it'll blow your mind, girl. And see, you need the real thing.
Lord Jesus.
Men, we ain't forgetting you. It's an add-on, baby. It's an add-on.
Chapel, you got one?
Hey, listen.
I love men, in particular black men, right? So there will be no doubt about that. But I also love my sisters, right? We are the most beautiful. And as we get older, we become even more sexier, and as we become more confident. Right? And men love confidence, but these men on here are just trying to destroy women because you're a single mother. Right? We're not beating up on them for being single dads because we would even go into their life and be a part and help them. Right?
Yeah, and let me tell you something, even with the big stomachs and stuff, women will date guys with big old tummies and they be looking like they're at the barbecue
Listen, I done had a couple.
All this like, you know what I'm saying? All this like the pop the balloon. People need to stop watching that because if you really think that women are up there, you too short, whatever, that is a lie. I mean,
that is
first of all, some of the guys with the biggest and have are short and stout. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get like some big thing, listen, they gotta be basketball type, real like kind of thin or like shorter with they be packing. So.
And there's a lot of women on here who prefer the shorties. That's what they say. Now I'm short already, so I prefer the tall man. But tall to me was anything over 5 feet because I'm only 4'11".
Oh, well, right? Yeah. See, I'm 5'8".
Yeah, so you went, yeah, you were
A
tall
lot of them
women.
big old tall dudes be having smaller ones. They be small.
Yeah, they do.
You know how you
And
can tell how big a guy's penis is if you look at his nose and the actual how his nose flares out. You can tell if he has a big head on his nose and everything.
I am. It's nice to talk to you, Miss Genesis.
Let
You
me take
making
some
me
notes.
laugh.
Wait, I gotta take some notes. Give me my pen.
Yeah.
If he got
Listen,
like how Witch Doctor, how his nose flare out like that, he got like
Now I'm
a
gonna be like,
decent
look,
sized one.
do
That's
it, flare it out.
He got like probably about eight to 9 inches, and it got like it got a big head on it because you can tell by the
Come
way the
on,
nostrils.
I don't know
pineapple,
what's happening.
pineapple, pineapple,
I didn't
pineapple,
say anything. That's
Which
why.
is not to say he ain't never having a woman's show again.
pineapple. My girl probably
This is
watching.
shit. This is G-rated. This ain't. Look, I have been in many a women's circle, and this is G-rated. Honey. Disney.
You want to listen, and then
Yeah.
Mr. Seven, he got a pretty long one. And
Girl,
it's probably
stop
thinner,
it.
but you know what I'm saying?
Right
like
where
a
you
nice
are.
little knob at the top.
Oh,
Mr.
Lord.
Seven got like a nice one too. I can see by his nose. You can tell
Mr.
by the
Seven?
nose.
You know men are prudes, right? You know that make them feel weird when you talk about them like that. Like they don't like that.
Look like look.
Mm-mm,
But
they
that
don't like
people forget that women are just really crazy. We are.
We are.
Y'all
Shit.
forget that we be just
That's
talking
why
about
I
y'all like
said
hey,
earlier. Let me tell you something, Genesis. Like I said, when we was growing up, we used to go to the strip club. The strip club would have a men's show on the women on Wednesday, and then they would have a men's show on Saturday. Everybody that I went to school with, we lived in the neighborhood, all the ladies would show up. I'm gonna tell you this one time was hilarious. I took my mother to one.
Hell no. Hell no.
It was Mother's Day.
Damn, hell no.
Man, listen, they had this thing called
let me
Mandingos
tell
in
you
Detroit.
something.
They called
Look,
Mandingos in Detroit.
Look, hey, Mr. Luscious. What about what's the other
So
dude?
you bought your mama lap dance?
Now let me tell you what my mom did. She killed me. Why did my mom pull out of her purse some nickels and was sliding them on the floor to the man? I was like, not the nickels,
no.
Ma.
Not
She
the
didn't have
nickel
no
to
track.
the strippers. She
They
throwing
picked them
nickels at the
nickels up.
strippers. Oh
She
man,
picked them, picked them nickels up. This a hood, honey. These is released felon strippers. That's what we used to call
Hell
them.
no.
Listen, women got worse conversation than men when it comes to me. Honey, listen, on TikTok,
please,
all those
right.
like the gray sweatpants and everything y'all be
Ooh, it's
wearing.
Gucci Daddy short
And
season,
all that
baby.
stuff. We be like, oh yeah, the gray
Baby, they out here
sweatpants.
mowing lawns and shit. I was like,
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
y'all is
you must
full.
have living
Yeah. Oh, mow that
Hello.
lawn, baby.
You know the kind where they got the fucking what is it, like the Durango pockets? Ooh, don't have no motherfucking belt like you fixing something. I'm
Got to
like,
fix something or
hey,
do some like
you
work
know what
or
I'm
do
talking
some, like,
about? That was
construction
just
or
like
something. Oh,
put your
Lord.
little belt on. Put your little belt on. I like
Yes, very objectifying. Honey, we
yes.
objectify
This
the
is the
men.
example of objectifying.
Yes, we do. We objectify y'all. Y'all don't
I
even
like
realize
men.
that women are just as crazy and we love sex just as
Listen.
much as men do. I don't know why that men try
Because we
to
don't
like
talk. We don't
we
come
don't
out here and
say
talk
it.
about it. We have
But
to.
honey, we be like,
We got to start having these conversations. Like I don't care. It is what it is.
yeah, straight
Yes.
up, like, oh yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you
look, I
straight up.
never, ever, ever, ever tell anybody that I do not look at men in a sexual way. I don't have those kind of like that's crazy work.
Reese says she
time,
don't.
I do.
Reese says
Oh,
she don't have these type of
why?
conversations and talks.
Stop the cap.
Child.
What? What you talking about?
These men be out here
I'm
looking
just,
tasty.
I'm just thankful that my mother was the type of woman. She was straight to the point.
It's not
But
being
she
sexy.
allowed me to come into this on my own pause, which
How old
was
are you, Reese?
understanding. You know what I
When
mean?
you
Because
start to get a certain
sex has
age
a lot
in
more
your
to
40s,
it.
it's something to the 40s. Something about the 40s. Like when you get in that 40s age, you just start to become like Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
My mother told me that too.
Mhm.
She told me
Yeah.
get into your 40s. She said, I love
I
it.
didn't even squirt till I came into my 40s.
God damn it. Excuse me, I just dropped my phone.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry.
I didn't even know what that was. And I was like, oh my God, there's something called this.
I'm
I was
sorry,
like,
my
what is
eye.
that? I said, oh my God. And then oh my God. So yeah, I did not even have that experience until
I'm
I
gonna
turned
give you thank you for sharing.
till I
I'ma
turned
just
40.
say-
But no, I'm not gonna lie, 47, this 47, this age right now, never
Okay.
had that experience. And when I experienced it, I said, oh my God, what in the world is happening?
I
Oh
mean,
my
I
God.
do know that there was a study done, I can't remember, maybe a couple years ago, maybe even longer than that, that women do not have orgasms as much as they should. It is a
Right.
health.
You have to, you know what? Let me tell y'all something. Like, if you're doing it, right, you feel like you gotta pee, just go ahead and pee. Like, just
No,
go ahead.
not the squirt, not the squirting part. Just I'm just talking about
She
the
talking
If
about
you feel
coming
like you
in
gotta pee,
general.
just do it. Like, 'cause let me tell you, let me tell you, because the sometimes that release is the actual orgasm, and then when you
I
do it,
think
you're
I
like,
think
what?
a lot of women don't get enough, like probably like foreplay, because a lot of women don't come from you just beating the pussy. Sometimes you gotta, play with
But you gotta
the
get
outer
this going.
region.
I'm sorry, DJ. If you get this going, you ain't gotta worry about the rest.
It took
And
the
this is
rose. It took the rose to teach me
But
that.
let her
Oh,
get
there's no such thing as
goddamn. Can
fart.
she give the sauce, DJ Genesis? Let her give the sauce. You giving the freak sauce. She giving the regular sauce that the average person
Okay,
could.
I'll
You
be
know what I'm saying?
quiet. Okay,
Go
regular
ahead.
people.
So when you say they hate, you mean like she got to be comfortable? That's what you're talking about.
right. This goes to the intimacy. When we talk about that, that doesn't mean, oh, you got your hand down my shirt and we kissing. I'm talking about just your day to day, come by, say something, send me a text, leave a note, have fun with it, enjoy each other. That's now when they taught me about marriage, I asked my mama straight up. I said, so listen, what you telling me is if I want to have sex, then I got to get a husband so God won't be mad at me. But if I just don't get a husband, but I like still doing it, I'm bad and I'm a harlot. So that's, so I was trying to
But you know
understand
what?
that, and that those conversations put you in a crossroads with your own intimacy, with your own sensuality, because the woman got to be comfortable with herself. And again, if she's comfortable with you, if you want her to howl at the moon, I mean, she will. Like this information coming from a woman.
And then talk her through it. Talk her through it. Okay, I see how you doing.
Yeah, but
Okay,
don't sound like an instruction manual though. Don't go left, right, turn.
Right. Don't be
Come
like
on.
P. Diddy. Like, hey, more oil, more
I
oil.
use
Man,
Chris
why you
Brown.
come on, man? What is P Diddy? Come
What's wrong
on, man.
with you, Genesis?
I'm telling you, Genesis been at the freak
More
off.
oil.
She definitely been at the freak offs. Definitely. Those are just a regular dude. He said, go ahead, and then I
We
want to
gotta like be
celebrate this
honest
super chat.
about the fact that when we heard some of these stories, I was like, damn. So I was
But
taking notes.
Genesis, didn't you say you used to
Right.
DJ at Genesis? Didn't you say you used to DJ at freak offs? I mean,
No, I
singers party.
DJ'd at swingers party, but that's not the same thing as
That's
going
like
on.
a freak off. That's what you mean.
No,
Everybody's freak.
it was special invitation. It was
What
my
swinging
invitation.
party you went to had a DJ?
Oh,
you
it
would
was
get
the
to
white.
that
You know what, Bomb? You know what?
white swinger party. It was the white swinger party.
Wait a
They had-
minute. I always wonder this. Wait a minute. So as a DJ,
At no swinging party, girl.
as the DJ, what are you doing at the swinger party? I just wanna, you know what I'm saying? My bad.
They ain't got no DJ at no party.
I was playing music. It was at this thing called Bar None in Washington D.C. And I was DJing the music to like the background music to the swingers, and then
Oh, you was playing it like how the corn be having the music. You was the live
I was
music. You
playing the music. I was playing like house music, industrial, like some
house music. That don't
Help
sound like
Me,
heterosexual.
9 Inch Nails. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanna F you like a animal. Dun, dun,
Wait.
I know the song. Yeah, I know the song you talking about, Genesis. We're gonna have to link that. You crack me up. We gonna have to talk. You are hilarious.
Like, bro, you
But
gotta
you
play
must
the
have-
right songs to go with the freak off. Like,
No, that listen, that is okay. This is not true, y'all. She may have
no,
been
it is
chocolate.
true. It is
I want to hug
100%
you.
true,
I miss
bro.
Polly.
What's
Look
up,
at
Miss
me.
Polly?
I
Like, I
Miss
DJ
went.
Polly ain't
to
said
the
hi to nobody else. I don't like how
I know.
y'all do.
I mean, I just had to sneak it in. I'll make sure I say hi to you next time I come up. I promise. Okay. I
All right,
promise. I'm
cool.
sorry.
I want to
I
feel
know. I'm
special too.
sorry.
Hey, Miss
Dang. I'll make
Polly.
you feel special when I come back. I promise.
I appreciate it.
Love the
My
hair.
bad.
Bomb, my fault. Bomb Cherry was saying that DJ Genesis is lying.
I can call the
Bomb
people
Cherry
all
is
the club.
older than I am, so she.
My bad. I just had to play that.
I'm
My
from
bad.
Washington D.C. Washington D.C. had clubs. It wasn't at the person's house. This was at the club, and they was the swingers party at the clubs back then.
Well, you know where I live in Delaware. You know, girl, and you know, you just like what,
Let
2
me turn
hours
your
away.
mic up, Bomb.
My parties was in DC, in New York, in Jersey, in New Orleans, in DC, in Dallas. Like I told you, I had them everywhere. And you
So
know,
have you heard of the guy who ran the thing called Bound in D.C. called Bound?
I heard of Bound.
It was a white dude named whatever called, and he ran a thing called Bound. I was his DJ, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not lying.
Okay, so you was a DJ at you. Okay, so
At
it was
Bound and Entree New. I was
Right.
the DJ. Entree
That
New
is-
and
that
Bound
is-
in DC.
right.
I'm
That's
not
a
lying.
club, right? So you was there every night, or you
No.
mean on certain nights?
So I was the DJ at every time they did the swingers club. At the end, then they would go up to his house above the club, right
Oh.
next door to it. And on U Street, Cordoza, they would
Yep.
start off the swingers
The
thing
regular
at the
party
club,
thing,
and
right.
then after that, when they would leave that and then go to his house and then finish it off.
Exactly, y'all. So yeah, so that's the difference, right? More of that. What you're talking about is like a meet and greet where people will meet and greet and get to know
Oh
each other.
no, it was not meeting and greeting.
Okay, but that's yes.
It was way more going on than some meeting and greet. It
Of
was
course,
a whole
yes.
thing
Way
going
more happened, but the real shit happened like somewhere else, right?
I met vampires and everything up in this. I've seen like mayors and senators.
When you say vampire, you mean like somebody that eat the box when it's on the red?
no,
What is
no,
it?
no. They were actual, literally vampires that really like
Why?
were in their
That
mind.
drink blood?
Yeah.
Nah, I never. Come on.
No, like they were white people.
I believe Bomb. No, I believe Bomb. No, I
I'm
think you.
gonna tell
I think you lying. I think you lying.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
It sounds like some BS. I
People
ain't gonna
dress
hold
up
you.
like that's a whole fetish. That's a whole fetish. The vampire.
Yeah, the gothic community was a part of it's called Bound, right? So
Yeah,
you
like
had
there's
like some of the
subcultures
Bound
of
people
that.
that were into S&M that would come to the swingers parties,
And that's
and then
no,
they
wait.
would be vampires. They would believe in their mind they
Dressed
were
as
vampires.
yeah.
Live at
Well,
night,
y'all-
never come out, be really pale. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? And really weird and stuff like
Yeah.
that. You know, so yeah.
BDSM and swinging is not the same thing. I want y'all to know. So
I
I
mean,
know.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Swingers is not necessarily on no beat. As a matter of fact, I don't even think most swingers is on BDSM because BDSM.
But it can
But wait a
intersect.
minute,
you
BDSM
lying.
is dom and sub. If it's a dom and sub, why would you want to invite other people? If you a dom and you got a sub, why would you want her to sub for not a nigga? What the fuck type shit is that? Why is
Well,
your
then
sub
why does
being
they
not a nigga
have-
sub?
But that's a whole industry. Come
Taurus,
on.
listen, I can tell you a
I don't
person. His
know
name
about
is
that shit.
Taurus Wells. He
You
is
may
a
not.
well-known dom
If
in
I'm a
Dallas.
dom to a sub, I don't want to share my sub, but she could share her dom. You
not
could have a
true.
couple submissive, but
But
you
other
There's
like
men
some
that is
doms that
crazy.
all they do is exchange.
Other men
subs.
like that. Other men do. They
There's
like
doms that all
watching.
they make money off of just dominating women. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like
No,
No,
that's
I know
true.
what you're talking about. I'm talking about sharing subs. There's doms that get paid to come and do that. Shock your titties with I seen a lot of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But
That's
I'm
a
talking about a dom is not trying to share his subs with several dom. That's not no dom shit. to
that's
be
not what
sharing
I'm
your
saying.
sub.
What I said is that they were throwing this guy. You work for the NIH, okay, on U Street in
Bounded
Cordoza, okay, and I forget what his name was, but all I know was he hired me as a DJ, and he lived on U Street, and his job was to watch all the heroin addicts on that street. He thrown bound in Washington, D.C. Entree New. Listen, look it up. Go on Google and look up Entree New and Bound in Washington, D.C. And that guy is the one who hired me as a DJ at Bar None. And I used to be the DJ there.
So while you was DJing, people was getting their freak on.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was you doing? You didn't party.
DJing, and I was in a DJ booth. DJ.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Yep,
did.
don't
I'm not gonna
they-
say
may I
I
ask
did
you
go
a
out
question,
and
Yasmin?
try to do some weird stuff, but it got too much. And I was like, what the fuck? Because no,
Well,
what happened is, let me tell you what happened. It was a dude sitting on like a bed, right? And they had this surgical equipment, and it was like these knives, and I'm like just cutting the guy. I didn't realize that he was gonna be bleeding. He was deaf. He was like a ex like war veteran or whatever, and he kept saying, "Yes, mistress. Yes, mistress." And I looked down, and it was blood everywhere, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And so I stopped. I said, "What the hell am I doing?" So yeah, I was drunk or whatever, but it was crazy. So I did experience some weird shit like that, and then yeah, so yeah. So I've experienced some wild shit in at the
You
club.
have.
That's BDSM.
No judgment. No judgment
Swinging,
here.
swinging and BDSM.
I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, okay, let me just
wow.
And they
But
were, and it was
again-
like a bed. They were like putting like electric shocks on people. Like imagine a bed.
Yeah,
and
nah.
it's like, yeah. So
Yeah.
and then
I get
you look over here, you see a person like shoving somebody's foot down their throat, and yeah, it was crazy. So yeah,
Yeah, nah. But hey, again, it's all kinds. It's
Hey,
all
listen,
kinds.
I was in my 20s and
bomb.
I experienced a
You
lot of
do not, but
You
that's
look,
it.
it's
So
funny
bomb.
that she says I'm
Bomb.
old.
I think you more credible, bomb, because no
Yes, I am.
disrespect, but I know that I actually know bomb is more credible, and I didn't want to go further, but I think bomb is more credible in this area of bomb. Does this story check out that DJ Genesis is telling us?
Well, some of what she's saying is true. She's just confusing the idea of BDSM and swinging is the same thing. They're not. Yes, at a BDSM party, yes, they might be getting roped and and there might be some choking going on and things like that, but that's not swinging. And I also have heard of bound. Then she keeps saying I'm older than her, but we the same generation. Right?
Right. I'm not trying to put you down as a generation. I'm trying to tell you is that like the people that was throwing this, they probably were in your generation. Like, okay, you're in your 50s or 60s?
I'm in my just turned 55. You 47 on it.
Okay. So the guy, we both Generation X or whatever the hell. So the guy that threw bound, right? He also threw Entree New in Washington, D.C. Now it was two different parties. I'm not saying that they were together. He threw the swingers party on Wednesday and he threw down on Fridays. So it wasn't combined. It was he would throw that on one night and then he would throw the other one on another night. And then he would throw masquerades where it would all be combined at some point.
That's right. And I'm the one who asked you which night, right? So I know exactly what you're talking about and who you're talking about. Right? The idea
it was a white guy, right? A little white blonde haired white guy, right?
Yes, and I know all his partners too. Right?
Wow.
So when you tried to make it seem like I'm older, so
no, I thought that you were from like you said that you knew from the old times back in.
She thought you from the civil rights era.
Yeah, like they were doing. We've been doing that back in the.
You messy, sir.
She tried to play you.
No, I thought that she was like
Don't play with Auntie.
No, y'all the ones who keep saying
Studio 54.
Watch
You know,
your
I
mouth.
thought she was bringing through Studio 54 into it. I'm like, well,
No, I don't know Studio 54,
my
but what I do know is y'all the only ones who keep saying, "Bomb, that's you a different generation." Like when I say I'm married with the children and everything to the same man forever, y'all then start saying, "Oh, because you older, Bomb, they don't do that no more." And I'm
never
like,
said.
I'm not talking about you.
I just
But
want to make it clear.
Goes on, and so that's why for some reason people now think I'm so much older. But even if I was, let's say I was 40. You don't think them 20-year-old, 17-year-old, 18, but no 17s. Ooh, Lord. Ooh, I went too far. 18-year-old women could come to my parties. You had to be 25 to be a man. I told you people came from all over the globe, Europe, Canada, all over to my events, right? Even the people you're talking about come to my events. Because see, my parties wasn't called a swinging party, it was called an adult event. That means BDS women's there, the swingers are there, right? Everybody, you furries are there.
So have you been to Washington D.C. back in during the U Street Cordoza time when they had State of the Union? Right across the street was Bar None. Bar None was the spot where they did those parties at. I'm not lying.
Right. Oh no,
and
no.
then at the 930 Club, they would do the whole event where you had a whole masquerade and you'd have all kind of wild shit going on there. So
Yes,
I've never
but
been to
no,
that.
but no actual sex is going on.
I believe DJ Genesis. She was in
But
DC.
no actual sex is going on in DC. It's illegal. And see, so when
No,
you
it
have
was
people-
underground. Everything was, but they would eat some coochie at the party. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen a
Well,
few people who put somebody on a table and get it and start getting it popping. But
yeah,
that was
that happens even at regular clubs, right?
about 12 o'clock. You know, the clubs closed down at like 12 or 1 in DC. That would be the end.
Let me
and then
ask
they
y'all
would leave
this.
there and go to his house, and then the
Let
rest
me
of
ask y'all this: are there more single people at these events, or is there more people in relationships?
relationships.
Single
Couple.
people.
No relationship. Back then,
No.
it was relationship. I never met anybody that was not in a relationship.
I mean, swingers gonna have to be a relationship because swinger parties, you gotta pay if you ain't going in there with a partner. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that means if you gotta pay, that means people paying, and that means they're not a part of a couple. So I'm telling you that most single people, now just because they
Now,
can't no, I'm talking about, so now I'm a little confused, honey. Is it that I'm old and I was doing it back then, or I'm now doing it now? So if I'm telling you what they were doing back then,
I'm
they're not
trying to tell
telling
you
what they're
is
doing.
that now they are probably like more single. Back then, everybody I met was in couples, been together for like years. All
Okay.
type.
Yeah, that's not true, y'all.
I
Listen,
believe Genesis. I believe Genesis.
of course you do, but I'm telling you that I can say
I used to be in DC back in the days, but Genesis, Ben's Chili Bowl, all that's on U Street.
Yeah.
I used to be more on K and L Street, and you know what goes down on them streets, okay?
the holes. Yeah, we know.
Mom is
Anyway,
in Delaware. She act like she the overseer of sex or something. Like she know everything. She married. She's top notch at sex. How you all listen one?
did I say I'm top notch at sex? Even though I am,
Hey, I'm top notch in sex, but let me tell you this.
I am a Scorpio.
No, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm top notch, but I'm gonna say, Ism, you know what you're saying.
Back in 54, but then she young, but then she old. Don't nothing happen in
I
Delaware.
never said any of that.
You the only
Nothing
nigga
that-
in Delaware. It's like 3 niggas in Delaware. Stop it. This
3
lady is a
niggas in
DJ.
Delaware.
She know about underground parties, and if you single, know somebody to get into the swinger parties. Now the lights
Oh,
more
so you
open.
had, so you could
can't
be
just get
single.
into them.
Wait,
Hey,
so you could be single to
What's
get
up,
into
y'all?
them. Is that what you just said?
Hey, Mom, you don't listen.
You can't go. You can't get
Yeah,
into
she
a
gotta
swinger
wake up
party unless
early.
you're with a man, bro.
Okay.
Thank you.
But that's just not true. They have more women
I
at these
appreciate you
parties.
coming
That's
through.
recent.
You know
It's a
How
lot.
you know, Bob? You act like you the queen
Because it don't even add up.
Well, it don't add up when you
That's
say
right.
that you married, but you know everything about sex, swinging, BDSM. How you know about all this shit in one?
Because I'm the host at the motherfucking party.
Lord,
You didn't know
Jesus.
that. Everybody else know.
Party in Delaware is not what's going on in DC.
Man, I don't
That
know
was
what.
going on
Well,
in
you
DC.
ain't never hear me say I had a party in Delaware, but I have, right?
Have you ever
And
been to DC? Why she say yes?
yes, I've had parties
Okay.
in DC.
Have you
That's
ever
what I
been to
just
San
told him.
Francisco? You ever been to San Francisco?
Yes, I've been to San
I knew you
Francisco
was
and
gonna say yeah.
Oakland.
You was a minted horse and Agrita. You
Why
standing like
wouldn't I have been to San
They had a
Francisco if I have
spot in San
family in
Francisco back
Oakland?
in
I
the
used
day.
to live in Oakland, you dumbass
the
nigga.
Hold on. But you've done parties in Texas
Had
and
an
didn't know
exotic
Taurus
erotic
well.
ball in San Francisco, and they
Who
used to have a
said
spot called
I did
Power
parties in
Exchange,
Texas?
and
And
you
who
could
said I
go in
didn't know
there and
who?
do wild, freaky shit in San Francisco over the years. Okay, so this stuff been going on.
I
All
never
right.
had a party in San Francisco. I
Everywhere at
never
one
said I
time.
had a party in San
You
Francisco.
throwing something. It's a sex party. You the first person to sell pussy on the
Georgia,
internet. How you know
Texas,
all this?
Louisiana, Florida, New
The fuck
York,
is going on?
New
But
Jersey,
DC
Philadelphia,
was wild. But no,
DC.
DC was very private. It was not like everybody else because DC had a lot of like people that was involved with government. You can't just have an open party
Y'all
like
hear
that when
this?
you have
All
senators and
swinging
mayors.
parties, all swinging parties are below. I've had the mayor, I've had rappers, basketball players,
The mayor.
singers,
What was his
R&B
name?
stars. I've had them all at the parties.
What
What
was
are
his
you
name?
talking
The
about?
mayor. The mayor of
What?
Delaware. No one knows this motherfucker. What was his name?
The mayor of Delaware.
Yeah, the
No,
mayor.
I'm
When you had
saying
the mayor.
in DC
You
we
talking
had
about right now?
senators.
When
He
you had the
said the
mayor.
mayor.
No, listen,
Mayors are
in
usually the mayors
Washington
of
DC
cities.
it
In
was
case you didn't know,
senators.
you dumbass
Bob, you
nigga.
just be talking.
You a dumbass nigga. You just a nigga asking
Believe
who the mayor
Genesis.
of Delaware
You
is.
just be
You should
talking.
ask
I
me
In
who the mayor
Washington
of
DC, we
Wilmington is,
had
nigga.
people that was senators, and I look over, and this guy got this person's whole foot damn near to the ankle down his throat, like that type of
Hey,
stuff. But
and that
it's
drinking
like,
blood stuff, Genesis, I believe you. Because it's a lot of Illuminati, it's a lot of lizard people, it's a lot of Satanism, Illuminati shit going on in DC.
Wait, what?
the guy that it happened with, he was an ex like military person. It wasn't no Illuminati shit. I just was like just
The
trying some shit
military
out.
dudes is the worst ones because they be all buff and
Well, he had
muscly.
lost his
But
hearing
when
and
the,
stuff, and
when
so
the
he was like,
military
"Where's
dudes get
Mistress?"
behind
And
closed
I
doors,
didn't
they be
realize
wanting somebody to do something to them. They
he
act
wanted
tough.
me to listen. He kept saying yes, and then I looked down and I'm like, "He bleeding." I'm like, "Holy shit!" He just kept saying yes, and I'm not
So
realizing.
you
I'm
wasn't
there
you were that was that a ritual? Was that a ritual or just
No,
some
it
kinky
was
shit?
at the club. I'm at the club. I don't even know why they had like surgical equipment at the club.
Because it's BDSM.
Yeah,
And so
BDSM.
that's
Yeah.
not swinging. And I told you that, but you just
Well, no,
keep
no,
telling
I'm saying
me.
that was I told you it's two the
So
BDSM was upstairs. That was called Entree New. Downstairs was called Bound. I told you it's two different.
Right, and Bound is
So
also
I was DJ.
BDSM.
I DJ'd both of them. I DJ'd Bound and I DJ'd Entree New.
Bound
In
is
Bound,
BDSM
they had
y'all.
BDSM. So when I got done DJing my set, they brought on an industrial DJ because back in the day, the industrial was really big. And I mainly DJ like house music and stuff like that. So I would merge it in for him, and then he would, and I went out and I'm drunk, whatever. And I'm like, just like, let me just try some
You
shit out.
can't believe
And,
nothing Bomb say. She in the
and
military.
so I like just did some shit, and I looked down. I'm like, holy shit! And he's just like, yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, what the hell am I doing? I didn't even realize that that's what I was doing. You know, I was like,
Bound is more.
and honestly, I could like pretty much cut this nigga leg off. People like, yes, mistress. That's how crazy the shit was. I said, what
Yes,
the fuck?
right. Y'all
What
see,
you doing? I'm like, why am I?
There is BDSM. SM is one thing, right? And then they have two different
And
categories.
I was pouring alcohol too. So every time I would cut, I'd pour some alcohol. And I'm like, so that's why I didn't realize at first he was bleeding because every time I do it, I would pour alcohol.
Well,
And
he
then
like
at some
bleeding.
point-
He's into blood play.
Well, how you know all this and you married? What you into?
Well, they
I
used to
had
call
no
me,
idea what I was
They used to call me Mistress Bomb, baby. That's what they used to call me.
So you a mistress, you in the military, you a wife, you a grandmama. How you all of these things? How you know all
Well,
this shit?
I'm a grandmother now, right? He's 5, so I've only been a grandmother for 5 years.
Okay,
Ooh. Yeah.
So
That
you just
sounds right.
you just a
Aren't you a
master. at
grandpa?
all-
Aren't you a grandpa?
So you a master at all things, huh?
But no, but there's a lot of things I am, and then lots of shit I don't know nothing about. Like you, nigga. You only a hoe, right? You a hoe. After your hoes left you, had to become the hoe.
I'm a
After
what?
you was pimping hoes, and now you
I'm a
pimping your
Lord
own
Jesus.
ass out here in these streets.
If you gonna talk,
Nigga,
don't just
you already know what it is with me and you. You know I'm a win, nigga. You don't
know
want
what it
to.
is with you.
better
You say
keep quiet,
you say
nigga,
you was the
because I
first
haven't
person
sparked
in
up a
it to steal
stream
pussy.
in many months, nigga. But tomorrow I will
There
drag
you
your
go. What did I
ass
tell you,
across
DJ?
this
We
whole fucking internet.
gonna
I
open up a
suggest you
stream
shut
and
the
start
fuck
talking
up
about
and
Islam.
remember
And
my
I just
name.
want y'all to know that women. I just want y'all to know the Women Wednesday show is over. It's like right now we in Thursday. It's now Wednesday, so y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got it.
Yeah.
You remember my name, nigga. I done spanked your ass before,
know you
nigga,
gotta
and
make
I'm
up the
always
YouTube
willing to
channel
be
and make up
Mr.
some
Bomb
shit
again,
and
nigga.
start lying. You don't nobody believe you.
We look, the whole group of women
Look,
stomped this
don't
nigga ass out.
we call
Don't
Delaware
let me confuse you.
squares.
Don't let me confuse
Squares from
you. Nigga,
Delaware.
Just because I got 5 years older don't mean I won't drag your ass 5 years across the
can't
internet,
drag
nigga.
me. You ain't
Not
never
from
seen
history,
me.
nigga. I will drag you back
You
from history.
snitch on
I ain't
somebody
never
who
seen a
owns
person
something.
arguing and sewing at
You
the same
get
time.
disorderly discharged from the military. Why
Now,
the
what are you
fuck does a
making?
black
What is
person
the? Well,
move to
show me
Delaware?
the outfit, because I'm like, dude, what are you sewing?
Why would
Well,
somebody
first of
move
all,
to
you ain't see
Delaware?
me
Did
sew
you
up
rat
these
on
slippers,
somebody?
honey.
Are
You
you a
don't see
witness
these little
protection?
slippers for my grandson?
Oh, slippers. Okay, all right.
That's
Are
the
you a
first.
witness
Oh,
But
that
I
is
protection?
made
hard. That is what the fuck. That's wait. Let me full screen that. That's some hard shit right there.
look at it.
Damn,
Look
you
at
made
it.
them shit.
I just made them while we was talking up here.
God damn.
Well,
That's
shouts out to
clean,
the
baby. That's clean. Okay, that's for my grandson though. Okay. But what don't I make? I make shoes and purses. I make bags and I make clothing, any clothing you want. And I'm learning. I'm trying to piece a quilt
Hey,
right now.
mom, if you don't put no soles on the bottom of them, you know these youngsters, they don't wear shoes. All they wear is slides. They'll wear them
Yeah,
out. Hey,
well, that's true. Now my he on the side, and
and
I
one
have
day,
the soles. I have the
you know
soles,
these
but
young people don't get dressed. They wear their pajamas everywhere.
no,
And
you
they wear
right.
these slides. Them shits will be done in one day.
No, these are for indoors. But you're
No,
right
no,
though. I
no.
have the
You little kids
soles.
do them
them
shits
feet,
outside.
that is going. You know, you got to put like a little bit of rubber on the bottom of that.
Thank
So
you, thank
But
you,
listen,
thank you.
I don't know
So
who the
stop
fuck
trying to
y'all
hype
think
her
y'all
up.
are
They
right
look
now. Y'all
okay,
not gonna
but the
tell me what the
soles
fuck I
on
need to
is
do, right?
trash.
The fuck I made these bitches.
I'm
I
just
bet you
saying, you
wouldn't
better
even
get
know how
some
to
rubber
thread
on the
this bitch, and this bitch want to tell me what to do, bitch. What you talking
you
about?
ain't gonna
I'm
call me no
telling
bitch.
you,
So I'm just saying it. You know,
Girl, I call you a bitch,
if
and
if
everybody
you
in
want
your
them to
family a bitch.
last,
You don't feel like it, okay?
Lord
Because my grandson is 5 years old. He be walking down. We have hardwood floors
okay, well, I
downstairs.
ain't gonna start on the babies, but I talk shit about your ass. You
Well, you
be
can
lying
talk bad
like
about
a
me, baby. I'm
motherfucker.
okay with that. You know that already. Yeah. But no, y'all right. I do have soles because I tested one. I could show it to you if I could find it. I tested one with the sole and it was too thick. And yeah, it was too thick for the floor downstairs. I don't want him scraping up my goddamn wooden floors now. But I do make shoes, so you know, baby. I got leather over here. You want to see some leather? Okay. Well, I can't show you.
you don't want his like his arch to drop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what you
wait,
put
what?
at the bottom of the sole, some leather, y'all. Real leather, okay?
Yes, she do. If she's a feminist, she don't want no man with no nuts.
Oh,
Well,
Lord, sir is a
I'm okay. Look, I'm okay with him not having nothing, but he got to have a stick
Men,
though, baby.
stop
Okay,
raising soft
we didn't
men.
already have the children. We don't need no nuts no more.
Make him do some push-ups. Make him go outside and play around. Make him get in a rock fight. Go fishing.
But my husband is a military man, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I got in trouble marrying him. Okay,
And he
was high
take
in
orders
rank.
too, huh? Who the boss? You or your husband?
We ain't got no bosses. Both of us bosses.
See, that's why I couldn't fuck with it.
Wait, what branch is he in?
He was in, we both was in the army. That's how we met.
Oh, you was in the army with him? Oh, you know you was okay.
Lord
You
Jesus.
know, we already know how it is on them bases. Listen, I had my moment on the base. Trust all
Say
them
it, Genesis.
fine ass dudes.
I got married, and that's how I ended up married to the finest dude. It was quick too.
A lot of fine ass niggas on the base.
Girl, you know I'm from the country. I'm from the bayou. I ain't never seen no fine ass man like that before. You know he was tall. I was looking up at it,
And they just get fresh out of basic training and
You
built
just talk
like
down
that.
on every man in the
And
bayou.
I
Said they
cussed my husband.
brothers in the bayou. Not one.
Well, yes. They all my relatives. Okay, I can't marry my own fucking relatives.
You
But
be
my
generalizing.
husband,
Every nigga that looks
And let
good
me
is
tell you
so
something. Ain't
family.
nothing more beautiful than
man.
everybody around me
strong
growing up
military.
was family. I
Anything,
lived on
grandma.
family property. Everybody family. Okay. Every
Y'all
time
the
I
only
dated
pretty
some,
bitches
every
that
time
you
I had a
are.
crush on somebody, I had to go sit by my grandmother and say, "Grandma, you know,
So
in
I'm
green."
just asking. Y'all are only pretty people in New Orleans. Is that what you're saying?
In her purse while Bomb was passing
Come
out
on,
condoms
baby.
next to the glory hole.
Come on, baby.
Just a regular dude. Just a regular dude is a wild nigga. This nigga gotta be stopped. He said my grandmother was at church with peppermints in her purse while Bombs was passing out condoms at the glory hole. God damn.
Damn. Hey, hey.
appreciate you, just a regular dude. Let me go through these few more real quick, right? He also said she got them Medicare photos from them physical rehab patients. Her pics are used to cure men with sex addiction. This is funny. He also said niggas be lying on the internet. She's a grandmother with an IG account and a few decrepit one-leg veterans spending their VA money on a recycled pigs. Hey, don't knock the hustle. Do not knock the hustle.
Hey, that VA money be good. That'd be like $5K a month.
Right. Why you trying to stop the money flow, just a regular dude? He said they judging peen size by moustache, but we can't say the average at best lady was less than a 6. Damn. One more. He also said, wait, wasn't there just an issue of men rating women and now it's okay to just peen size by nose flare? Let me talk long enough to find out they're the same. I mean, everybody, we all objectify each other. Shouts out to Sock Passe, he says supporting the channel. Shouts out to MC Boo, he says shouts out to Chocolate, you rock. And shouts out to Red Pill Ranger, he said every human was an embryo, so every embryo is a human. Embryo is a phase in human existence, like fetus, newborns, toddlers, kids, etc., etc. Appreciate you guys for the motherfucking support. Appreciate y'all.
Don't be blowing me up, nigga. I ain't getting up. Ain't no use to you ringing my line. Stop wasting my time. Nah, I can hear what you say. I ain't better do shit.
Where's my money? It's right here.
Y'all got it. Appreciate
That was a
Mm-hmm.
black man that said just because at one time humans was embryos, that embryos must be human, huh? He made that connect some kind of, that's why they say you can read,
Hey,
nigga.
regular dude knows he must not have a big enough nose for his. His nose must be real small.
It must be small. Yeah, it's not flaring out, girl. It ain't flaring.
Every man
That
up
flaring
here,
of the head of the penis.
why y'all hating on that man Bomb? We hating on that picture. If your picture is older than 5 years old on YouTube, is trash. You're trolling.
Lord Jesus. This nigga
Okay.
said you trolling.
So this picture is older than 5 years old?
That motherfucker from the 90s. I see that wood in the background. Don't nobody put wood in their house no more.
It's from the 90s.
It's from the 90s. You remember we used to have that wood paneling on the wall at grandma's house? Nobody got that no more. They only put wood grain in luxury cars. If you don't take that picture off when you had a bang trying to look like TLC, if you don't take this motherfucking bang picture off, girl, that was about 1990. That was 25 years ago. Come on now, baby.
Ain't that something?
I thought you was from New Orleans. You capping, baby.
No. Well, I know, but don't get
Put a
mad.
piece one up. I dare you.
Don't
No,
get mad
I think that she looks beautiful, just like she said.
did.
Right.
That's dead. But now she needs
Yeah,
to stop.
even if it's 25 years old, I look better than most of these black bitches.
Lord Jesus. Who you calling a bald head bitch?
I'm talking about you, nigga. I'm talking about your red bone ass nigga. I
Genesis,
told you I don't like this colors. That's why you don't like.
I got hair down to the floor. Long hair don't care. So you must be talking about Genesis. Who you calling
Yeah,
bald head?
only a bitch got her hair down to the floor, beat.
How you know what my bitch look like though? I
I
forgot
didn't
you
say
know
anything.
everything.
I don't know what you look like, nigga, because I don't care. But I know
You
you're
do
pissing
know what I
red.
look like. You like to talk shit about me.
The only thing I ever say about you is that you're red, and I don't like red bone niggas.
Well, you know that
You
y'all
mad
look
because you
me.
thought everybody
No,
gonna
no,
like
no,
you.
no.
We
Me and
all
you
don't
not
like
gonna get
you, nigga.
along
Your
because we the
piss
same
color.
skin
You
tone.
look when I
See,
take a pee and I'm a
when
little
you
sick,
get
y'all,
big
and I need to
forehead
take
bitches get to run in y'all
and I
mouth,
need
I
to
don't
drink some
deal with y'all.
cranberry juice. I piss your color,
Because
nigga.
one of us got to be the master
I
of
like
the
them dark.
relationship. And when
I
you
like
get a
them
big
dark.
forehead, light skinned bitch,
Don't
you
get
gonna
mad
try to run
because
the
I like them
relationship.
dark. Don't get mad. Don't
Get
hate
mad at
I
me
like them dark.
if I like a chocolate bra.
No,
What
I
I'm
like
mad at?
chocolate bras.
Lord
They
Jesus.
pretty. Chocolate
Well,
women
okay,
are
so
beautiful.
we in the same boat then. So what's the
Okay,
problem?
well, let's be clear. The
As soon as
difference
I
is
say
I'm fixing to open up a swingers club, and I want to invite you guys all to the.
I'm not swinging with you niggas. I don't want to see you dirty motherfuckers nowhere.
Damn.
only way you would have met me is if I was invited to somebody's event and you was there. But in order to come to my event, you would have been had to be
in the Mardi
somebody.
Gras, and I've been right there to the Mercedes-Benz Dome for a couple of games and different things. That's far.
Yeah,
as
but you wouldn't
I've
have
been down
qualified
there.
for my event.
I've been down to the Nolia. Me and my son rode through the Magnolia before they tore it down.
Wouldn't have been, you wouldn't have been qualified.
How you know what I'm gonna be? How you think you
what
know?
I'm telling you, first of all, we not messing with no niggas who use women bodies. Women come to see my parties have more women at them. You know why? We want the women to be in control. We want them to feel comfortable. We want them to know that. And I made sure that the handsome men was there. Everything them women wanted, I made sure I got it there. Right?
Okay. Okay.
More women.
We want a recent picture. Can you stop with the catfishing?
What?
Trolling us.
Oh, why? This is the old picture I got up. But if you want an old
I know
picture,
that.
Right, the picture I have up is of me being older is what I'm saying. What are you talking about? See, you mad. You mad.
I'm gonna mute up and let you have it.
Let me ask y'all this, because they posting in the chat a lot, right? If y'all two ever interested in doing a show together, y'all hit me up and we line it up to where all parties can be satisfied in doing the show together.
It'll be great because Bomb is a feminist and I'm a manist. So we'll make and everything about women, she gonna say you wrong, and everything about men, I'm gonna say you wrong. But I'm a little more balanced.
But you know what I would say we would gain from it too, even though y'all both got y'all stance, because y'all seasoned, a lot of the times y'all might be joking, but we actually pick up and learn a little bit of game from certain shit y'all be saying that y'all mightn't even intend to be, you know what I'm saying? Because y'all got a lot of experience, you know what I mean? So aside from the entertainment value, I think we would actually pick up some shit from that shit, you know?
You niggas gonna pick up a whole lot of game from me because I'm still outside, nigga. I'm active and attractive on a young bitch. Now, if you want to learn how to sew some boots, make some house shoes or something, you can listen to Bomb Cherry and tell
That's
you.
right. Or cook. If you want, listen.
Now,
if they want to know how to cook, remember you said I'm a womanist, right? A feminist, but and yet I teach women how to cook, garden, right? Hunt and fish and all of that. That's what we doing over here. We doing the family thing over here, and don't get mad because I'm not shaking my ass.
You ain't doing nothing but roasting men. Stop it.
That is a lie. All you haven't been to my channel.
You ain't got no gardening on your shit.
I ain't gonna lie, she do got guarded. She do got guarded.
She must have just put that shit yesterday. YouTube. The old shit wasn't nothing but roasting men.
I used to roast men, but I gave up when Kevin.
I know, because you're on your
when I gave Kevin Samuel
got tired of your ass.
Yeah,
I got some gardening because we're gonna kick you off of YouTube. You're gonna be like Obsidian and be on Rumble. You don't
okay,
have your
me on yet. Now they tried. They gave me back my channels. As a matter of fact, I asked for it. They gave it back. I lost 5 channels.
Hey y'all, this is all in fun, y'all. Bomb is a friend of mine. It may not seem like it, but she talk her shit. I talk my shit. So I ain't tripping, man. You do your thing, Bomb. Whenever you ready, we can talk some shit. Then you'll have some content. And after you act like you my friend, then you're gonna go to your channel and roast me. So I'm ready.
You know how I do it.
She gonna make a song about you and everything. Sir is a motherfucker here. Sir is it ain't shit. She'll make a song about your ass, nigga, while she roasting you. She a cold girl. I'm gonna see you in a minute. All right, Bomb. Later.
I had fun with you.
I appreciate you, player.
All right, Uncle. Auntie Bomb, what you got? What's your takeaway from this show? From everything what we talk about so far, what is your takeaway? Usher us out. By the time I look for the I gotta find your track. I gotta play your track when we get up all day.
Which one? Not the one.
You know which one. You know which one. I gotta find it. I got it on my computer somewhere. But what was your take on the show so far? You like where it's going? I'm trying to do a ladies show on a Wednesday because I want to see how it is when y'all got the steering wheel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I enjoyed today, but I enjoy your channel anyway. I come over here, listen, while I'm sewing. That's why I don't type all the time. But no, I enjoyed the show. I came up here and play, and I give it good to the women and the men. But it's all jokes, y'all. Don't take nothing I say serious. Just like ism, we've been on each other for a while. We bumped head maybe like 8 years ago. And the bump head was a good thing. He found out that I'm gonna support the women. We found out that he gonna support the men. And then that's it. So he good. He good people. He's a whole pimp.
And I want y'all to see how the OGs, they could squabble, but they still ain't no, like, y'all be taking this shit too deep. Y'all can't disagree and still be civil. Y'all be tripping.
Yeah, our generation of roasters, right? That's why I like ism. Because ism come up here and roast, and I roast back, and we just have fun with it. And we don't have to go talking about nobody's family. You know what I mean?
Right.
He crack jokes, and it's nothing personal. It's all good. I love it. And to the ladies up here, because, you know, what her name? You know, what her name?
Who's there? Genesis?
Yeah, Genesis. Hi, Genesis. I know you're new to me. Don't pay me no mind, girl. I'm always pushing back at everybody. Even, sometimes I push back even at the same shit I say. 1 minute I say one thing, next minute I might say something different. It's all, but my point is always the same. Everybody is different, and one man gonna like one thing, and another man gonna like another, and that's all. And women too, right? Some women like short men, and some women like tall. The only thing I like about a man is a light skinned man, but I dated light skinned men, but they piss color. Okay, that's what I call it. Ism.
Bomb, you going live after this?
Hell no, I'm going to bed.
Oh, who going live? Who live, y'all? I'm about to send everybody to somebody. Let me see who's live in these YouTube streets. And I appreciate you always for coming through, Bomb. You know what I'm saying? You entertaining as fuck.
Thank you, baby. And I'll talk to you later. You're going to kick my old ass off. You know I'm old. I can't walk out.
Oh, my bad, Bomb. My bad. And y'all make sure y'all check out OG Bomb Sherry. Yes, she be dragging niggas, but she also got other stuff on her channel too. You always see her sewing, always doing domestic activities. You know what I'm saying? Let me see who's live. We got Angry Man is live. But I don't know. I don't think Angry Man drops the link. And I know that y'all looking for some shit where it's like, y'all looking for some shit. I think we got, who we got? It looked like we got Freeze. If we got a couple of people, we're not going to redirect. You know what I'm saying? And usually I've been redirecting people to my music channel. That's because we almost monetize. I just need a couple more watch hours. Once we monetize over there, we're going to have more party style content over there. We'll go over there to party. You know what I'm saying? We got people trying to come through and dance. We got different types of shit. It's going to be YouTube friendly, but we're trying to get the monetization over there. I don't want this channel to be on that type shit. I don't want this channel to be the party music channel. I want to separate it over here. We're going to have more conversation. Let me see. Shouts out to the OG Stan, the motherfucking man with a $10 cash app. Appreciate you for the motherfucking support. Appreciate you, OG.
Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. It's so exciting. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. It's so exciting.
All right, I'm checking here, and it looks like Freeze is live also, but Freeze got members only. I don't know if everybody's members, but those who got their membership, go ahead over there. I'm gonna check to see if Nightish is live. Give me a few. Let me check. Is Nightish live? It don't look like nobody's live, so we might just damn, I should have fired up a live on my other channel. It's all good though. I got some work to do on this computer. I'm gonna just leave y'all with some music, and we about to get on up out of here. This is Auntie Bomb with her track.
I said I'm gonna get time. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, man. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor.
hoe, cause you know that she's a hoe. But that bitch got to go. I'ma knock her to the floor. Fuck that bitch and fuck flow. I don't give a fuck. No, fuck that hoe. Fuck that hoe. She wanna give that pussy though.
Doctor?
We want it cause you know that she's a hoe. But that bitch got to go. I'ma knock her to the floor. Fuck that bitch and fuck flow. I don't give a fuck. No, fuck that hoe. Fuck that hoe. She wanna give that pussy though. You see what? Nah, bitch.
What happened out there? What can I say? The kid needs a little guidance, a little supervision.
Doctor?
I woke up feeling like I was on the moon. I woke up feeling like I need a antidote. I woke up feeling like I was on the moon. I woke up feeling like I need a antidote. Look at the flick of that wrist. 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 Look at the flick of that wrist.
What the hell? 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 What the what the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the what the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with that soft spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know watch your present, diamonds over spaghetti. Come outside with
Doctor?
I can make that dope space. I can teach finance. Tell them about my chick. You better come quick. I can make that dope space. I can teach finance. Tell them about my chick. You better come quick. These hoes stay told. Trap stay moving. I'm a pack moving. I'm a weed loop. These hoes stay told. Trap stay moving. I'm a pack moving. I'm a weed loop. I can make that dope space. I can teach finance. Tell them about my chick. You better come quick. I can make that
Shut the fuck up, boy. Shut the fuck up.
Real bad man.